Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
The mysterious Graham Box from More Beer brings you this Brewing Network Sunday session. See the Graham Box affordable control unit at morebeer.com.
We bought Dogfish Head's old brew house. They just have more of a connection with this living organism. And let me tell you, that was a piece of shit.
Well, it doesn't help that we got like 12 dudes in here.
I feel like Sam bent me over.
Preferentially, I think you'd be naked the entire time.
Sam's a walking boner.
Well, don't get used to it. Going right now.
I don't get those cues that well. Maybe because I'm not freaking gay.
Sometimes you need to take a step back and just go.
You're kind of small. You're climbing that manhole pretty easy.
In defense of your wiener, your balls are gigantic.
No.
Seriously, weird sideshow big. Sweet God.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Happy ending to SF Beer Week.
Finally.
I think probably the healthiest SF Beer Week I have ever had. I've ever lived.
Sick one for me.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah.
You guys, you went hard, huh?
I had 4 days. I was down.
Man, you guys, you never learn your lesson, do you?
What's the lesson? Yeah, that's why I'm not learning it. I don't know what it is.
Here was my philosophy this year with this whole SF Beer Week business. And I don't mean to not... I'm not a hater about it necessarily. I think it's great. But in the Bay, especially, and increasingly all over the country... There's great beer events all year long.
That's true.
I got to go cram them all into... By the way, SF Beer Week is like 12 days long. I got to go cram them all into a 12-day week.
Yeah.
It's also Strong Beer Month in San Francisco during the month of February. So
yeah, we'd already had a running start, I think.
Right.
That's what happened.
So it just gets crazy. There's so many events to go to. And I feel like I like the year where it's spread, you know. And I leave it to San Francisco... to decide that a week is no longer 7 days, too.
That's right.
By the way, we're so entitled over here. We're going to make our week 12 days long. So, pretty much, I think I went to maybe 3 events. Maybe not even that. I think I went to 2 events. I went to the opening gala last Friday. Mm-hmm. Is that what it was?
Right. Yep.
And then Sourfest last Sunday. Right. And then that's it. I stayed home the rest of the week while you guys went out.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything.
There's a lot going on.
The thing is, a lot of people are in from out of town, like a lot of the brewers and stuff. So you get to meet a lot more people than you don't normally run into when you're at these events.
Right. Yeah, assuming you like people, that's good.
In fact, it is. Isn't it all about the people that make them up?
It is. Yeah. I think I did get to hang out with some people just sort of outside of the events. I went to a couple of things that were the after events and stuff like that, you know. Yeah. But the Sourfest down at Triple Rock, as always, Roger and his crew down there did a fantastic job. A lot bigger this year than it was last year, which for me was a little disappointing because that just meant bigger crowds, right?
Right.
Remember the first year of Sourfest?
Yeah, it was like nobody.
Like a private tasting.
It was great.
It was. There was like 20 of us there.
Well, I think it's because he combined the Barrel Fest this year with the Sourfest.
Oh, good point. Good point. Brad is in studio with us. Brad Allen. JP called in sick today, and Brad's filling in. Better looking than JP. Maybe not funnier, though. We'll see.
We'll see.
I'll get the scorecard out.
Yeah. We have a skeleton crew today because it's a scheduled day off for Doc. It's in his contract or something. And we had a guest lined up that canceled on us on Friday. And then JP called in sick this morning. It was dwindling fast. I was waiting to hear that Tasty was going to Celebrator instead or something.
No.
I just kept waiting for the next phone call to come through. Getting nervous. It did happen. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. One time in the history of the BN did I get left alone in this chair. Years ago, it ended up being a water topic of all goddamn topics for Doc to not show up for. Plissé couldn't show up. It was me and Daniela talking about water for an hour and a half before Doc finally showed up. Imagine the information that came out on that show.
I'll have to go back and listen to that. That could be interesting.
Man,
Actually, I thought it was pretty good, wasn't it?
I just read from How to Brew, so it couldn't have been that bad, right? But, yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often like this, that we all don't, just shit happens. But so today we're going to talk a little bit about bottling, and we've got Brad here to help us do that. It's kind of going to be focused on bottling your sour and lambic-style beers, your goose, things like that. And Brad's going to help us out with that. We'll talk about bottle sanitation. This was a topic we put together based on a lot of listener questions that have been coming to Moscow, I guess. When Moscow got the cancellation, he sent me over a whole list of questions about bottling that he's been getting. And they want us to do a big, elaborate show about it, but we're not going to do the huge, elaborate bottling topic. We'll save that for later, but we're going to cover as much of it as we can for you today. Also, we'll be getting some live phone calls from the Celebrator Beer Festival. It's their anniversary party that has now become the closing bell of San Francisco Beer Week every year. And usually we broadcast from there, but it's really kind of a pain in the ass to do that. And we can never do it live. They don't have an internet connection. So I thought this year we'll stay in the studio, and Scott's down there, and he's going to do some live call-ins with some of the brewers and the organizers, so we will get the live feel of Celebrator without having to go set up a show that nobody can hear. So kind of happy about that. That'll be good. Other than that, just a few updates for you. JP and I are ever closer to this TV show that they gave us. Brew Your Own Beer TV. BYOB TV, it's called.
How's that going? Wow. You must have had a busy weekend.
It's been busy. It's down to the wire because we start filming already on Friday. Ooh. Coming up this Friday. So we had our casting call on Saturday. Totally Brewing Network style, just last minute, everything.
A lot of homebrewers or what?
There was a lot of homebrewers. I think we had something like 40 people show up. Actually, no, there was probably more than that. Maybe we only got through 40. Maybe it was 100 or so. We got through 40. And a lot of homebrewers. I met a lot of homebrewers on Saturday. A lot of nice people. I will say this about the casting call situation. I don't like being the guy on the power side of the table.
Or the guy on the couch.
Or the guy on the couch. I am too big of a pussy to do the casting call. I felt so bad for these people. So they're so nervous. They really want to be on the show, and some homebrewers, let's face it, a lot of homebrewers are not your most outgoing public types, right?
That's why they choose that hobby. Yeah.
So they're in there, and these poor guys and girls, they're like, their hands are shaking.
Sure.
Should have gave everybody a beer when they walked in.
I just wanted to hug half of them. I felt like such a dick on the, but you're trying to get their personality and you're trying to get to know them. That's, I've never done it. What the hell do I know about casting? But we figured the idea is that you get to know the people so that we know what we're going to get on the show. And so you're asking questions, and the poor guys are so nervous. They're stumbling over the questions. They can't answer. And I'm just feeling terrible. I feel awful. So the show needs to become successful enough that next year I can just pay somebody to do the casting.
There you go.
Because I'm just going to hang out in the lobby with them where they're all feeling all nervous and stuff. I'm just going to get drunk down in the lobby with the cast.
Get them loosened up. Yeah,
that's my side of the gig. I want to be with the people, not on the sitting on that wrong side of the table. I did not like at all. I think I was more uncomfortable than them. And the more they shook. What am I going to do when a friend of mine asked me this? We have to. The show works by we're competing each week. We're setting up these challenges, and then people will get eliminated, kind of like Top Chef.
Right.
Let me tell you this: if somebody cries when they get eliminated,
you're going to cry.
I'm going to cry like a big pussy. I'm going to be standing there crying like a sissy. Yeah. I swear, if somebody cries, I'm not going to be able to hold it together. We're going to have to reshoot the whole thing.
Hug it out.
No way. Keep the tears there. That's gold.
How awful is it going to be when the host is sitting there crying like a girl?
That's rad.
So did you have like resumes in front of you, these people, or was it kind of just like the same questions? I mean, how did that work?
It was a lot of similar questions. We had an idea of what we wanted to get to know. Of course, we wanted to get to know what their homebrewing experience was. We filmed it all, by the way. So some of it you're going to get to see in the first episode.
So that must have been intimidating for him.
I think so.
Having the camera in there.
There was, cameras and lights and 3 guys on one side of the table and then just you on the other side of this like big. It was like what's that Donald Trump show?
Apprentice.
Like The Apprentice. It was like a big conference room table. Like we kind of did it up, We didn't do it that way to make it intimidating. It just was the best set to shoot. And so we asked a lot about, how long have you been homebrewing? What's your experience? And you don't have to be a homebrewer to be on the show. You just have to be a beer enthusiast. And then, of course, we want a lot of homebrewers. We're gonna put them on teams. So if you're not a homebrewer, you'll get put on a team with a homebrewer. So we had to get to know that stuff. And then we asked, we wanted to know things like what are your other interests? What else we wanted to find out if anybody does any weird shit, like, unicycling or something, just to get their personality. And I'll tell you, brewers don't really do much else because that was a tough question to answer.
Yeah, really.
Kept asking. Sully helped us out. He was on the panel of us trying to help us get their personalities. I thought he'd be good and have good questions, and he did. But he kept asking, "What's your most embarrassing moment?" Nobody would answer.
Right now.
And first of all, it's kind of on the spot, right? But that everybody remembers their most embarrassing moment. And right when you get asked, what's your most embarrassing moment, something flashes into your head. And none of them said that.
Yeah.
None of them wanted to say that. They all just said, I can't think of anything. Yeah. And that was the time I was sitting there going, bullshit, you can't think of anything. I want to know what just flashed through your mind that you're afraid to tell us. But we didn't get one single answer. We finally asked the question because I was like, look, it's just taking up time. No one's going to answer it. But we got to see some weird talents out of people. Some guy came in and like belly danced for us.
Oh.
Some guy did.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a dude.
Well, you had it in San Francisco.
Beer belly? Beer belly dancing?
It was kind of like hairy belly dancer is what it was.
Okay.
Was it JP?
It was not JP. I think that'll probably make the footage. You guys will probably get to see that.
Great.
Mm-hmm. So it was fun, and it was a learning experience, and it was great to get to meet a lot of these people. We had some couples come in, so that was real cool. And some people that we knew, that had heard, obviously, from the Brewing Network, people we've met down at festivals and things like that. So a lot of Brewing Network listeners came in there and tried out. And
good.
That was cool to see those guys. Mm-hmm. Brought us a lot of beer. We asked them if they're homebrewers to bring us some beer. We'll give it a shot. It wasn't part of their resume. We just wanted to know. And
wanted free beer.
Wanted free beer. And I got kind of shit-faced by the end of the casting call. Like slurring my questions.
Yeah, they're too nervous to drink, and you're not.
And I'm not nervous at all.
Thanks for the beer.
Everybody comes in. I'm like, yeah. Before you even sit down, open that thing up. Yeah. Pour me a glass.
Nice. Well, that must have been a highlight for them talking about the beer. Were they pretty excited talking about the different recipes, or you didn't get into that really?
We didn't get into it too much. We had so many people waiting. We had to push through it, so that was unfortunate. JP tried to get into it a little bit, but we had to keep moving.
Right.
Some of the guys wanted some feedback about their beer, like right there.
Tasting panel.
Well, and some of them, look, you know how it is. It's not all great beer being brewed out there. And some of them needed some work, to put it nicely. And some of those people were like, yeah, so what do you think? And I don't like to lie, so I wasn't mean, but I was like, well, could use some work. There's a couple things going on in there that you could eliminate, I think.
Yeah. By the way, pass me that dump bucket.
Yeah. Oh,
that'll make the first episode, too.
Right. So that makes me uncomfortable, too, having to do that.
How many were fans of the radio show?
I don't know. There was quite a few. Yeah. I wouldn't even say it was a third of them that were, but there was quite a few. Quite a few that had never heard of us or knew us or anything, and then quite a few that did. So yeah, we had some guys just coming in. Like we had a guy come in with lunch meat shirt on. JP didn't even want to interview him. He just said, "You're in. You get out." So we got through, I guess, about 40 of them, and we've got some more video submissions coming in, and then we're going to pick our finals here in the next couple of days.
Good.
So we'll have our cast down, and we start shooting on Friday already. And then there's another episode on Saturday, so it's a busy schedule.
Lots of hot chicks or what?
Not as many as I had hoped for.
Son of a bitch.
I'll tell you what, though. The producer, he's got a hot little assistant.
Ooh.
She came in about the middle of the casting call, and all of our eyes about fell out of our heads. We've been looking at douchey homebrewers all day, and then this broad walks in. And she's real cute.
Nice.
Bouncing around.
What do you mean?
So I guess I'll get to work with her quite a bit on the sets. She's, production assistant or something. So looking forward to that.
Private meetings?
Yeah. I have to get some private casting meetings or something. I don't know. There were some chicks, though.
Cool.
Like I said, there were some couples in there. And we need females on the show just to show that it's not all dudes homebrewing,
Or into craft beer.
Yeah. So we got some of that going on, and you got some people that don't know anything about homebrewing, chugging out of kegs, still, doing keg stands before the casting call, probably.
Anybody do that for one of their talents?
No.
Dragging a keg. Watch this, guys.
That would have been nice.
That would have been cool. Tie me. Go.
Yeah. So, but there were definitely some interesting characters. I don't want to give away the more interesting things because I think you're going to get to see it on the show. But we had some people come do some weird shit, which was kind of fun to watch. And at least those those ones were easy to do. I didn't feel weird about it. If they're not embarrassed to come in and do the weird shit they know how to do, then I don't feel bad about asking you questions. So that was pretty cool. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a good show, man. The games are coming together now. At first, I'll be honest with you, I was a little like, shit, I don't know. It's going to be okay. We'll do what we can. But it's really coming together, and I'm kind of proud of some of the contests we've been able to come up with to balance some beer knowledge with something entertaining. It's got to be fun to watch too. And the closer we get to really finishing the details, the more excited I am about the games and the shows. So I think it's going to be a pretty good show. I think you're going to have people complaining that it's not all homebrew, and you're going to have other people complaining that there's too much homebrew. But the show is called Brew Your Own Beer, and we're trying. But you also got to be able to watch it, Otherwise, we don't get a season 2, I suppose. So I think it's going to be good. Won't be the best show you ever saw. It's no Jersey Shore, I'll tell you that, Bevo. But
you are ridiculous.
I'm trying.
And it's all Bay Area based, right? All around San Francisco and East Bay.
I think you have to be a California resident to have applied, and then we'll be shooting it at different locations all over the Bay.
Cool.
Most of them we're not allowed to disclose. There's a lot of stupid laws, all because of the ABC. Like if a place has a retail license, you're not allowed to promote that we're doing it there. So if, for example, on one of the episodes, we wanted to invite a lot of people to it as part of the background or as part of the fun, we're not allowed to do that at any place that has a retail liquor license because you can't advertise that you. Remember when Peter Hoey from Odonata came in?
He said the same thing.
Can't do the pint night thing. Hey, we're having a pint night at this place. Or,
no, you can. I think if you go back and listen to that show, he said, you can say, hey, Peter, where in the greater Concord area will you be having a pint night on Tuesday? And then he can answer the question.
Yeah.
But it has to be a specific question like that. And it's the same thing with promoting the show. We have to be very careful about what we're allowed to advertise we're doing. So there's a whole legal team on that stuff that I have to meet with once a week and send our episodes to, and every update we do, I have to send it to the legal, which I guess is great so that we don't get in trouble. But you guys know me, I'm a fucking slacker. And now all of a sudden I got to dot my I's and cross the T's and send in the paperwork and make the phone call. These phone calls are at 11 a.m. sometimes. Do you believe that?
Oh wow. That's freaking early in the day.
Then you got to watch what you're saying on Sunday nights.
Yeah, that's true. I'm hoping that they still don't listen, but I think maybe as the show goes in, the sponsors might start to listen to my show.
Maybe the internet doesn't count.
I'm hoping so. Well, let me tell you this. From the time that I pitched the show to the sponsors and the TV station to the time that they approved it was about 7 or 8 weeks. So, I thought, well, it's done. They're not calling me. And I was kind of happy about that because I thought, well, look, I don't want to shower that much and I don't want to do all this work. And, well, I was convinced that they had tuned into the shows in that time and were like, well, fuck this. We can't have this guy representing us. So I'm pretty convinced that they've never heard our shows. There's no way, right? If you listen to me and JP on this show.
And especially, wasn't the Christmas show in that time period?
Yes. We pitched the show right before the Jewish Christmas
and
show.
Hanukkah.
Yeah. So I thought, they listen.
Yeah, that's not good in television.
You insulted all those Jews in television.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that they don't. I should make it more difficult to go listen live. More difficult than it already is. Because it really could change everything. Maybe at this point it's too late. Maybe even if they heard me, I'm locked in. Where else are they going to go, right? This show's got to air soon.
Kind of hard to switch.
It's true.
You know, I have to somehow make myself indispensable so that I can keep fucking around here on Sundays and not have to worry about it. But once I'll tell you, I was always afraid of that too. Once money gets involved with things, like they're not paying me big money, but I know that they're paying money to produce this show, and once that gets involved, everybody gets real uptight about stuff, what you say, where you go.
Yeah, sure.
They haven't given me any, other than like the rules that are ABC rules, though. They have not really given me any guidelines or rules. They have an unhealthy amount of faith in me to not fuck this up or not embarrass them.
This season.
Yeah, you'd be
This
fine.
season, that's right.
Which actually means they haven't listened.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way they could have listened. So, but I can be responsible. I think I can. I'll put my game face on. I'll trim my beard once a week, maybe even shower once a week, and I'll try to make them look good. Should I get a haircut, Bevo? Do I have to? I was asking some broad the other night out at a bar who was going to watch the show if I should chop off my hair.
No, I think you should tease it up like Snooki.
Get Snooki bangs?
Like flatten it out and then tease it with a comb. You could rock that shit.
I should. I want to be the Snooki of the beer world. All hoary.
Opportunity.
There is. Yeah.
I think it's wide open.
Right. There is no other Snooki in the beer world yet.
I don't think so. Yeah.
It could be me or JP.
Oh, God, JP.
All right. Well, you'll be able to watch the show come April on Coffee TV 20. It is not a Brewing Network production. They've just hired us on to create the show for them, and I'll be hosting it. JP is in there all the way through. You'll see him on the show, but it is a Coffee TV show. Coffee TV 20, Channel 13, starts in April, and we start shooting already next week.
It's only local, right? It's only the Bay Area.
It is only local, but I've talked to the TV station about making sure the episodes are available online. Okay. And I basically threatened them. I said, if you don't figure it out and drive that traffic to your website, my listeners will. Someone's going to figure it out and then share it with the world. You might as well sponsor it and put it on your site. So I just warned them and said, it's going to be out of my control. I know what's going to happen, that most of our listeners are not in the Bay Area, and they want to check it out. So they told me that they're going to get to work on putting it on their website. So I'm hoping that whole episodes are on the site. So only like 30-minute shows. It's like a regular 30-minute slot.
Reality TV.
I would have thought they would have given you an 11-minute slot.
Yeah, you and me both. Surprised they gave me a slot at all.
So what is it? Is it CBS, ABC? What's the affiliate or the?
Well, I don't even know that it's an actual ABC affiliate. They run ABC News at night.
Okay.
And then during the day, it's a lot of like Jerry Springer and reruns. There's some Seinfeld stuff, I guess. And then they have a small lineup of original programming, and we're part of that. I think there's maybe only 4 shows even. We might be like the 4th show in the original lineup. There might be a few more than that. And, they're really all about being a local TV show. It's pretty old school, the station. Even when you go in there, the way they do things and the program they put on, they like that kind of old school local feel. When I say that, I start to think about that Weird Al Yankovic movie. What's it called?
UFC?
UHF.
UHF. Yeah. I start to think that it's like a UHF station, but it's not that.
It's like a lot of old furniture, like brown and green and orange. And
there is. And they have like a big green screen so that you can do like cheesy television too, I'll have to use that for something, I suppose.
Nice.
Yeah, Justin Point Oh.
Yeah. That's right. Just take random beer videos all the time.
There's a lot of good material out there, I'm sure.
But I presume that at some point I'll have to shoot promos and stuff for the show, so maybe we can do... I just want to do creepy stuff with the green screen, even if it doesn't make sense. I don't even want it to make sense, you know? Like Niagara Falls behind me, I don't care. Just be fun.
Did you really meet a Wayans brother? Was that a cardboard cutout?
That was a cardboard cutout of one of the Wayans brothers was in the casting room. Nice. But we thought if we took a picture properly, it could look like I was hanging out with Damon Wayans during the casting. It wasn't even close, huh?
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Where'd you see that? Facebook?
Yeah, I think
it's on Facebook.
Watch out for that mic. Yeah.
Pete, you are an idiot. She just rammed her head into the microphone. So we'll see. It's the first show of its kind. I'll give it that. Another first for the BN, right? You've never seen a reality show of homebrewers competing against each other and doing stupid shit to get to the next episode. So I'm proud of that. I feel good about that. No matter what happens, season 2 or no season 2, we were first.
Wow. You're like a new Emmy category. You might be the only one, the first one to win.
That's right. I think I'm winning all the awards for next year's BNAs. Or it'll all be for this show. I'll give myself best host and best casting guy. I don't know. Anyway, it'll be fun. So look for that on Coffee TV 20. I think there's also a Facebook page if you want to go check it out. Look up Facebook. Brew Your Own Beer TV. Well done, Brad.
He's right on it.
Like JP's right here. What does JP have? Anybody know? Besides where do we
additionally, I don't know.
Where do we begin?
If he was making out with Terrence, he might have the swine flu.
Oh. Why, does Terrence have that?
Terrence has the swine flu.
He does, really?
Yeah.
Isn't that serious?
Dude.
Yeah.
Like he could die?
It's not like a super serious case, but they gave him the swine flu medication. So.
Wow. Yeah, how did he got so sick he had to go to the hospital, and that's how he found out? Or
no, his wife just...
Oh, that's right. His wife's a nurse.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she was like, yeah, you should go to the doctor. And then they were like, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. See, I would have laid around for 2 weeks before. It would have taken me until I was half dead, and Chad had to drag me to the hospital before I found out.
I think he had a fever of like over 100 for more than a few days before he went in.
Oh, right.
That's not good.
That's nothing. As long as it's not over 106 is my philosophy.
I think it was a solid 103.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. All right, thanks a lot to our sponsor today, More Beer. You can go over to morebeer.com and get all your homebrewing needs. They ship quickly. You can find literally just about everything that you need for homebrewing. They've been our sponsor for a long time, so please go support them. Today's show, as I said, we're going to be talking about bottling beer. And we'll also be doing a little bit of an SF Beer Week wrap-up when our producer, Moscow, is calling in live from the Celebrator Beer Festival down there in Berkeley. It's at the Trumer Brauerei in Berkeley, and he'll be calling in with different brewers. We'll get to talk to Tom Daldorf, who's the organizer over there, and, of course, owns Celebrator Magazine. And hoping to talk to guys like Brennelson. I know he's in town, and from Firestone, and a few other people. Got to hang out with Matt Brennelson last night.
Good guy, man.
Yeah. You guys all were hanging out last night with the Heretic crew. Was that like a whole day of Heretic stuff you guys were doing yesterday or something?
No, we met up with them. We went to Anchorstein to the home brewing party they give for the Homebrew Club of the Year, the California Homebrew Club of the Year.
Okay. Which was who again? The Falcons?
Those Falcons from Burbank.
Mm-hmm.
And the Heretic team had gone up to Russian River and Lagunitas for like beer research kind of stuff.
Okay.
And then they met up with us there at Anchor, and then so did Sean Paxton and Matt Brennelson. So
okay,
from there we all went to 21A.
Nice, yeah, that's where I was waiting. I saw you guys all there. Yeah, I know that Push was in town, and they did a little day at Russian River hanging out, and I got to hang out with Push and Mrs. Push, and yesterday that was a lot of fun. Push ended up, I don't know what he was thinking. He left Mrs. Push with us to party.
What a guy.
Yeah.
What a gentleman.
He is a gentleman. It was just her turn to hang out, I think.
He went and took care of the kids, and we got Mrs. Push all liquored up. We had a good time. Hanging out, kept serving her beer. She was fun.
Oh, yeah, we left early. How was it? How did it turn out?
That turned out great.
Stumble out of there?
She's more fun than Push is, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah,
Push is a stick in the mud compared to Mrs. Push. She was great. Matt stayed around for a while, so that was very cool. And
Paxton, that Monk's Blood, the 09 Monk's Blood, on tap. I don't know if it's still on tap, but if you're around the Bay Area, go to 2-1A. That was awesome.
That was awesome.
And then they had the cans of the recent version, but man, last year's was just amazing in the keg.
Yeah, that was a good
really smooth.
beer.
Yeah,
there was another pale ale I had there, like 5-1.
5 South.
5 South. Yep. Is that a 2-1A beer?
Yeah, I believe so.
That was a pretty rad pale ale.
Yeah,
I had about 7 pints of that, I think.
Well, like a session pale. I guess you'd explain it that way, right? I don't know. How would you describe it?
I think so, yeah. It was, I still think it was 5%, 5.2% or so. It was hoppy enough, but not bitter and smooth. It was a real nice beer. It was just what I needed because I had been drinking that homebrew all day, some of it was good. And, I needed something light, so I had a couple pints of that. Then I had the 09 Monk's Blood, the Paxton and 2-1A collaboration that, like you're saying, was just awesome. And then I went back to the 5 South. So I recommend that, especially now during Strong Beer Month there. If you need a palate cleanser and something to chill out with after you're trying all the strong beers, grab a 5 South.
Or a Bitter American.
Yes, the new one in the can. That's awesome. Yeah. They're changing a lot of their labels, and they all look great.
Yeah.
I think Sully has the best packaging in beer right now. I mean, his designs are fantastic. So, and that Bitter American is one of them. They changed the Brew Free or Die. I don't know if you saw that new logo. That looks real nice. And then the Back in Black is just cool.
Everyone on the East Coast loves that one.
Oh, got the motorcycle on it. Yeah, that's an East Coast look right there.
Revere.
Yeah.
Paul Revere in the front.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, good stuff happening at the 2-1A. Did anybody here go to Barley Wine yesterday? No? Brad, you didn't go?
Skipped it.
Too many people.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess they didn't judge the beers this year.
That's what I heard.
So a lot of, the BJCP guys usually come rolling over to Anchor, and I guess that didn't happen. So it sounds like a lot of people kind of skipped out. I don't know what happened there, but logistically, maybe they didn't have a location or...
Yeah, I think I heard they lost their judging space.
Across the
Peacock
street.
Lounge across the street. There's some renovations and stuff going on over there.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't want to go to that festival without the location open across the street because it's just too crowded.
Yeah.
But it's too bad because it's always been one of my favorites. I do like the Barley Wine Festival. I just can't, it's just... And not that I mind being in a crowd, but if you can't get a beer or hold your beer or set it down somewhere, well, it's just too much.
2-ounce pour is not going to do it for you.
No. Matt was telling me that one guy... might have been Todd from 50/50 he was mentioning. One of the brewers was there, got all 50 barley wines just at once. He just ordered them all, found himself a table, got all 50, and then they all just stood at that table for a couple hours tasting each one. And I thought, well, look, if you're going to do it, that's the way. Because you only want to have to order once at that when it's that crowded.
I went to a nice tasting with Todd Ashman from 50/50. He had the Eclipse, the stout he does, the Imperial Stout. And he had about 7 different bourbon barrel-aged versions and then 2 brandy barrels. Awesome beer, man.
Really we have those beers, too.
I know. I brought it up, and I didn't really know about it because I guess Scott kind of went up there and grabbed them or something.
Yeah, well, Scott went there, and Todd was like, hey, bring this to your crew.
Right.
And we've just been waiting for a segment to do it. I told Scott to keep the beer so that I don't, on one drunken Friday night, just start cracking open some Eclipse,
So I guess, apparently Todd Ashman, he's one of the pioneers in, barrel aging and just a big deal, this beer. And I started talking to him going, hey, I've never had this beer, thanks. And he goes, now, wait a minute, I know you and Justin. He goes, what happened to those beers I gave you?
Right.
Who was that guy? He starts going, was that guy with you?
Oh.
Like, he got
Did
nervous.
you set him at ease?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
good.
no, we have those. That's right.
Yeah.
But he was like, wait a minute.
I just gave to some random guy with a hop grenade shirt
Guy with
on.
a good line of shit.
Yeah. But if you're not familiar with this beer, it's an Imperial Stout. And so he had all these different bourbon barrels. And the one that was a big deal was a Pappy Van Winkle bourbon barrel. Apparently, this beer is selling for like $165 a bottle.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's one of the ones we have.
I don't know, but I tasted it.
Do you think we should sell it instead of drinking?
Not to bash anybody, but $165 for a bottle of anything?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. The Pappy Van Winkle is what Paxton's beer was. The wheat wine that they did up in Sacramento with Peter Hoey when he was at Sac Brewing.
Oh.
That were Pappy Van Winkle barrels.
I see.
I'm just starting to learn about it.
That was a great beer. I mean,
and do you know the story with Pappy Van Winkle? Or?
It's just their high. It's just their high end of the.
It's like a 22-year-old barrel or something.
Yeah. It's the high end of their Van Winkle. There's a whole line of bourbons that they do, and $165. I think probably sounds about right for it. I'm not saying I agree with that. Should be the price, but
I'm not bashing 50/50 or Todd or anything, but I don't think any beers worth that.
Well, the Eclipse is some of that. That's about the price of what the Van Winkle bourbon sells for. I think so. Maybe that's it.
See, I don't know much about the bourbon. I'm not.
Is Todd the guy who told you that that's what it's selling for on eBay?
Yeah.
Does that bother him that there's a black market beer? Or
he just brought it up. He didn't really say either way. The owner was there too, and he was just kind of. Hey, whatever.
I've heard that some, and I always wonder if it's bullshit, if it's like a story. But I've heard that brewers, they don't like that their beer gets sold on eBay. But I tend to think that somewhere in the back of their mind, it's kind of cool that people, like, you kind of might feel good that people are buying your beer and that it's so coveted that they're then selling it on eBay for 10 times the price. So I think when I'm just putting this out there, I think when brewers go, I don't like that, you should buy it. I call bullshit. I think they feel pretty damn good about that.
But then you kind of run into the issue of, okay, this guy that's selling you the beer, how did he treat it? Where's it coming from? Is it still the beer that's in that bottle, or is he just sending you a bottle with something?
Right.
It's just all those questions I would have.
Sure.
Yeah, as the brewer, it's
not a good representation.
When the value's way up, the expectation is up as well. So you're saying that guy's only going to be disappointed in this beer.
Right.
Like, he told us it was $165. Like, that was a big hype, right? Like, oh, wait till you have this beer. It's $165 a bottle. So it was like, oh, okay. Then when it came to it, it was like, okay. I mean, it could have just been one of the other bourbon barrels. To me, I mean, I just didn't see the just the big flavor profiles or the the little details. But I mean, I don't know. I just think that's just it drives the market way too much. I mean, that's kind of gouging, and that's, I don't know.
It is
the eBay thing,
and that's kind of how legends are built, right? You make a beer that you can never make again the same way because of the whatever barrel or whatever blend. It gets some great reviews when it was being served, and then there's only a tiny quantity left, and boom, you have a legend.
Right.
So,
and you only have 55 gallons of it, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, right.
So,
yeah, right.
But I mean, look at like the younger, $1 an ounce, beers like that, Dark Lord or whatever.
Right.
It's a lot of hype.
Is that what younger is? It's $1 an ounce.
Some people are getting that.
Yeah, retail, whatever. When they do a release. But.
So if I go to one of the younger releases, it's what do they pour that in 8-ounce glasses?
10.
So I pay $10 for that 10-ounce glass, typically. Phew.
Yeah, I mean, the beers are great. Don't get me wrong, but it's is the value there? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's tough. That's a tough debate.
Well, I hope we have that beer in our lineup. We're going to get to that segment one of these times.
It was a very good beer.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. Very good beer.
I think he gave Moscow like 7 of them.
Cool.
And said, hey, bring this down to the boys. And then instead of drinking them off the air, we thought we'd share them with you folks at home, at least in letting you hear about them. We're going to do a little side-by-side.
I'd love to hear someone call in if they know more about the beers or they were at the tasting.
Right.
I know there was a couple BN listeners there that night. It was at Cho. So they paired it with chocolate and some cheeses.
Okay.
So I'd love to hear more about it. I asked Todd all the questions I could while he was there, but I think he didn't want to get into too much. It just seemed like the crowd was,
so apparently I'll have to get JP sick again. So.
Yes. Yeah, I'll tell you when that segment's going to come up, Brad, and then you can go like dose his beer or something. Take him out for a beer on Saturday, get him all sick. Yeah, we could do that. Any other good SF Beer Week events you guys want to mention that you got to attend?
Beer Revolution's been doing some great Meet the Brewers. Ton of home brewers always down there and beer lovers. I mean, you can always find somebody you know or meet somebody that you haven't known and they're into beer just as much as you are. So
yeah, I like that place.
So places like that. I mean, wherever there's a Meet the Brewer event going on during SF Beer Week, just show up. And they usually overlap, 2 or 3 in a day, all over the place. So those are great events.
I went to Beer Revolution on Friday with Mike White, and the only thing I didn't like was that there were so many damn beers to choose from on the board. So I'm complaining here about an obviously very positive thing. So many beers that I'm just going, man, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, they just tripled their taps.
Did they?
For their first anniversary 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
We were there the weekend before, and then they tripled them. And they've got that great bottle selection, too, so it makes the selection even harder to pick.
Well, we know the owner, Fraggle, and is it his girlfriend or his wife that also owns it? It's 2 of them.
I say wife, Rebecca.
I would vote wife, too.
Yeah, they're great.
Fraggle and Rebecca, really nice people, and I'll tell you what, I'm proud of them because the place has barely been open a year, and it's a huge success, and I think that it's a success because it's so well done. Like, it's just a cool place to go. The beer tastes great. The staff's pretty cool.
And you're looking at that tap list. If you turn around, there's great bottles right behind you.
Right.
Tons of bottles and coolers right behind you. So they have it all.
Yeah.
Sour beers. I mean, you name it. Whatever you want. Gluten-free beers.
You know who charged in on us when we were hanging out there is Homer.
Oh, yeah.
That's where Homer likes to go hang out after work, too.
Yeah.
Homer from Oak Barrel down there, he likes to go over to Beer Revolution afterward.
Yeah, we've seen him there before.
He showed up in his BN Winterfest hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
So he was rocking the Brewing Network gear, too. So that was a proud moment.
Oh, yeah.
I like seeing Homer.
He's a man.
Yeah. Homer and his whiskey, too. You gotta watch out. Don't try to party with Homer if you can't keep up.
Yeah, what was that stuff? It's 1792 or something he had us drinking the other day?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, you were at the shop?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, have a beer. Wherever you get there, you got to have a beer.
Yeah.
You got to have something in your hand. You can't just walk in there and
you'll
just start having a
offend them if you
conversation
say
with them.
no. It's like going to my Aunt Gloria's house and telling her you're not going to have spaghetti. You don't do that. You eat it.
It's a big no-no.
And that's what Homer. You tell Homer. I did it once because I had been sick and I was just getting off of the sickness and I didn't want to drink. I stopped in there for something. Why don't you have a beer? No, that's all right, Homer. What?
No.
I'm not. I'm not feeling well. I got work to do. Hey, beer's a beer. You got to have a beer.
Oh yeah.
So he was offended.
And it's always nice when you go down to Oak Barrel to Kel and Ben. They work down there, and they just started to label Dying Vines Brewery, and they always have their beer on tap. So
that's their
stout.
new brewery, right?
Right. So these are great guys. You ever go to Oak Barrel, just say what's up to Kel and Ben, and try their beer. It's on tap there usually. So
we had their stout the other day, right?
Yep. Great stout.
That was a good stout.
Yeah.
They're making nice beer. And so Kel, who works there, well, you said Kel and Ben.
Yep.
I didn't get to talk to Ben too much, but I talked to Kel about a couple of things. And that guy knows his shit.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to yeast and when it comes to barrels and you name it.
Cheese making.
And cheese making. And I think he's a chef.
Yeah.
I think he went to culinary school on top of all of that.
Great barbecue.
Kel really knows what he's talking about. I'm looking forward to more beers out of Dying Vines because he's just a smart kid about beer.
Yeah, he knows a good beer. He knows how to make it as well.
Yeah.
It seems like he might know wine, too.
Yeah.
I think he was talking to us about wine yeast there, too. So, guy knows what's going on.
Yeah, look for those beers in the Bay.
All right, next week we're live at Downtown Joe's in Napas. And come join us out there. Colin wants to see your faces. And it's going to be another tattoo show.
Tattoo your face.
Yep. Colin's brought in, I think his name's Jason, if I remember right. I forget. But the same tattoo
Bevo
guy
might
as
remember.
last time. Beav, you remember the guy who who put your tramp stamp on?
It's not a tramp stamp.
Yeah, you moved it up 6 inches, so it's not a tramp
It's between
stamp.
my shoulder blades.
Does it need a touch-up, or you good?
I'm not going to be there, but
You're not there next week?
I've told you that like 12 times.
Yeah, I probably did.
Bachelorette party.
I hope Terrence is going. We got to get his touched up.
If he doesn't have the swine flu.
Right.
What's his name, like the Rob or something?
The Rob. I think that was his name. Yeah, it's the Rob.
Damn, mine does need touched up, too.
It does?
A little bit.
Let me see.
No.
How bad is it?
Not bad, just my line, like my black lining.
He does free ones, free touch-up.
Well, good.
Why don't you skip that bachelorette party? Come get tattooed. We can add on to it.
Or bring the bachelorette party
Yeah.
to Downtown Joe's.
See, Brad, you're smarter than I am.
I'm pretty good with a Sharpie.
Sharpie
saying.
would work, too. It would hurt a lot less.
So I think there's only room for like 6 or 7 tattoos, and Colin tells me that people are clamoring for him this time. So you got to contact Colin over there at Downtown Joe's if you want to you got to schedule ahead of time if you want to get your tattoo. I think we tattooed 3 of my friends and staff at the last show. Terrence the Black, the Beav, and Sam got his too. Got his bicep tattoo. Everybody got, and now it's only hop grenades. You can't go in there with some stupid. Maybe a unicorn. I'll maybe allow a unicorn, but hop grenades and unicorns, and that's it. Don't go in there with a picture of your baby that you want put on. And by the way, don't get tattoos of babies on you because
they grow up.
Well, babies are already ugly, and then you put them in ink on your nasty skin, and they're twice as ugly, and no one likes to look at that except you. Get it tattooed to the back of your eyelids if you want to get a tattoo of your baby.
Interesting.
I don't know if you guys have you seen these baby tattoos? They're ridiculous.
I think most.
They all look like a cross between buckwheat and the Gerber baby. Every one of them.
I think most portrait, unless you go to a really good portrait tattoo artist.
Right.
Most portrait tattoos are terrible.
It's true.
A friend of mine has his grandma on his back, and his grandma looks like Hank Hill.
Maybe his grandma did look like Hank Hill.
She didn't.
See, that's another one. Let's face it. Listen, I'm sorry, grandmas of the world, but you're not the most attractive human beings left on the planet, and you don't go getting a tattoo of that. Now, pinup girls, I've seen some nice pinup girls get tattooed, but that's because it's a cross between like a cartoon and a real image, and that can be tattooed. Brad, you don't have a tattoo of a baby on you or something, do you? You're looking at me
I'm just curious, are you getting the tattoo of the biscuit, anytime soon?
Well, now that's a good question, and let me tell you, if I had a dog that was not a pit bull that I loved as much as the biscuit, I probably would get the old dog tattoo. But how ghetto is it to get a tattoo of a pit bull, right? Like, it's not usually, people don't do that because it's their dog. They do it because they're gangsta. and imagine me, right on I should do it on my bicep, right on my skinny bicep, get a pit bull right there. It would just be ridiculous.
And a Rottweiler on the other one.
Yeah.
Drive around with your Ram.
Yes. But I kind of do want a tattoo of the biscuit, But look, I loved my dad, too. I'm not putting his ugly face on my body, Yeah. Tattoo, Tasty, are you going to get your Labradoodle tattooed?
No, I just don't feel that kind of bonding. No.
I think you could
I draw a line,
You could get your whole back done as a Labradoodle.
Yeah, really. You got the hair going back there.
Yeah, exactly. Just have them tattoo it just so that it fits
just
right in the hair spots.
All I need, yeah.
Oh, that's gross.
Just buy a T-shirt.
All right, so come out to Downtown Joe's. You can get tattooed, and we're going to be talking to Colin. I think we'll get an update of Tasty's Pale Ale recipe.
Yeah, there's a new version.
Experiment, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
New version out. Mm-hmm. Have you tried it yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so we'll be doing that.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
And he gave me some other topics, too. I just forget. But that's next Sunday. Come join us out there. Subscribe and join the BN Army. We're giving away one of our More Beer donation giveaway raffles tonight. And if you sign up to become a recurring donor in the BN Army, you're automatically entered to that. Also just helps us stay alive around here. And we need all the help we can get. So do that. Get all these updates on Twitter and Facebook. Thank you. Send your show ideas to Scott the Jew at scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. That's scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. And send your feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Do you have announcements for us, Shat?
I do.
All right, Shat's announcements are brought to you today by Cicerone. You can go to cicerone.org and find out how to become a certified Cicerone. Our good friend Nicole Ernie now works for Cicerone. And I think she organizes their tests and things like that. So
Proctor.
That staff just gets better and better over there at Cicerone, I'll tell you. And it's just a great organization. Check out cicerone.org and figure out how to become a certified Cicerone.
All right. AHA club-only competitions coming up for March and April. It's Bach. Entries are due Saturday, April 16th for that one. Judging will take place on the 23rd. Entries are $7 per entry. May is going to be Angel Share Wood Age Beers, and this is going to be hosted by our friend Steve Kinsey, Sven, Crown of the Valley Brewing.
Oh yeah,
down in Pasadena. Entries are due May 5th, so if you have any Wood Age beers, enter them. I believe the category is 22C for that one. AHA Rally's coming up the 24th this week at Highland Brewing in Asheville, North Carolina. Go out and support the AHA and check out Highland Brewing. 27th, they're going to be at St. Arnold Brewing Company in Houston, Texas. March 12th is going to be at Stone Brewing Company in Escondido. And April 10th, right here in San Francisco at the Rogue Ales Public House for another AHA Rally. Also, April 29th, 30th is the Alamo City Cerveza Fest Homebrew Competition and Symposium. Deadline for this one is the 3rd of April. This is being put on by the Bexar Brewers Homebrew Club. You can go to bexarbrewers.org for all the details on that one. Also, the Indian Peaks Ailers Homebrew Club is having their Peak to Peak Pro-Am Homebrew Comp. Entries will be accepted between March 1st and the 11th. Judging will be at Left Hand Brewing in Longmont, Colorado on March 19th. And basically they'll have a little award ceremony after the judging, and the Pro-Am winners and all the other winners will be announced. You can go to IndianPeaksAilers.org for all the details. The National Homebrew Competition deadline is coming up here. It's right around the corner. March 21st through the 30th is going to be the window. Online registration opens the Tuesday this week. And first round judging is like April 2nd through the 23rd in each respected area. The Bay Area Masters are putting on the World Cup of Beer competition again this year. This is a big one. This is going to take place, all the judging and after-party and awards at Trumer Brauerei in Berkeley. And the deadline for this one is Saturday, March 12th. The entry window is open. And April 2nd will be the judging at Trumer. Drop-off locations are Oak Barrel in Berkeley, More Beer in Concord and Los Altos. You can check out all the info at worldcupofbeer.com for the details for that one. And then this one is the last one I have, Puget Sound Pro-Am Homebrew Competition. This is up in the Seattle area, greater Seattle area. And this one's pretty cool. It sounds like there's, like 15 different breweries that are involved. And basically, if you brew a recipe and it wins and they're happy with it, they will enter it in the Pro-Am at GABF end of the year. So entries are due Tuesday, April 26th for this one. You can go to bewbc.org for all the details. That's all I got.
All right, good job. Don't forget the chat's announcement brought to you by Cicerone. Go to cicerone.org and check it out. Okay, I think we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we can do our feedback, or we could even save it till later if we need to. But we got feedback to do, and we're going to get into bottling with Brad. It's going to help us do that. And, of course, the other guys. And maybe we'll even talk to Sammy the Douche, who is delivering something to Bevo now. What are you doing here, Sam?
Just hanging out.
Let's see your tattoo.
Does your tattoo need touching up? We're going next week for touch-ups, you know.
What do you think?
Looks pretty
actually,
good.
you might be missing a little ink. I can't tell from here. I guess that could just be the fade, how the color kind of fades. Black area. Not the black, the green. I'm talking about like the bottom of the hop leaves.
Yeah. Did your bicep get smaller or the tattoo got bigger?
It got bigger.
Oh.
It got bigger.
You haven't been working out, have you, Sam?
I'm lazy.
Yeah, you haven't been doing much of anything, have you? How's school going? Are you done with school yet, or what?
No.
I'm
only taking one class.
High school, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Trying to get my GED.
Sam.
So he can get a JOB.
Oh, my God.
A GOB.
You're about to trade for... Aren't you supposed to go to nursing school soon or something? You're going to be a nurse?
I'm still doing my prerequisites, but yeah.
Let me tell you something. You know, when I was laying in the hospital, I thought about your career path. And I'm not sure that you have what it takes to be a nurse.
Oh my God.
I mean, you kind of have to care about people.
Nah.
You know? And you gotta really be serious about things. Like, you know, if someone is in pain, you can't just make some stupid joke and go like, it doesn't hurt.
They won't forget if they're drugged up.
Just give them more drugs, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe you will be fine then. Will you be able to steal Dilaudid and bring it home for us? Now, that's what I'm talking about. And you'll know how to administer it, so we should have a Dilaudid show. That's what we should do.
Can we not make him lose his license before he gets it?
We never use his last name on the show. He'll be all right. They won't know.
Yeah, his last name is The Douche.
That's true.
They'll know.
I hope that's on your license, on your name tag at work. All right. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about bottling. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of $13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of $25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer Deal of the Day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess. The More Beer Deal of the Day. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer Deal of the Day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months, I think, to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 10 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer at Brew for Your Die IPA in the Northeast, Northwest, parts of the Midwest, and Alaska in cans and on draft. So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for every beer style. I want a Cicerone.
The Cicerone Certification Program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a Certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious. Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at Cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com. Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network. Saving your life. One beer at a time.
Did you see the new ass hat sweater that my pit bull is wearing?
I did. He looks very comfortable. Very warm, even a little warmer than she might need to be.
Yeah, definitely. Our good friend Kim Wood knitted the biscuit a ass hat flavored sweater, and it's about the ugliest thing you could put on a dog.
Yes.
Which is really why I like it.
And it's bright, too. Just give it time. It'll be dingy like the actual ass hat is. So,
yeah. I gotta take her for a walk in it and see what kind of reaction I get from the neighborhood. And
I think Berkeley would be perfect for that.
Yeah. Could see. San Francisco might be more interesting even than Berkeley. Be walking that dog there. I kind of like it, though. It's hideous, and I think Biscuit likes it, too. I think she's warm. I think she's getting in touch with her feminine side for the first time in her life. You know,
for a pit, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She's getting old. She doesn't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, that's true. I'll tell you, I don't know what I'm going to do without that dog. You don't mind if I stuff her, right?
No, that's cool. Just put the casters on her so we can move around.
That's what I'm thinking.
Tilt her head the right way.
I think I'll use your microphone, Beeb.
Oh, I didn't know we were back on the air.
Oh, we're back on the air. What is wrong with you today?
My headphones were turned off.
I see.
You should just put a tabletop on her back. She'll be youthful.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, yeah. Turn her into a little bar.
creepy.
Yeah.
Make a table. I'll feel bad if I make a table.
Whatever.
That's just mean.
Turn her into a kegerator.
But rolling her around with her
jockey
everywhere
box.
we go, that's not mean.
She can be a
make
jockey
her,
box.
Make her tail the tap handle.
Doc could probably figure that
Put a
out.
little extra stuffing in her back and then make her an ottoman.
That I wouldn't mind putting my feet on her. If we made her a kegerator, would her vagine be the tap? Is that what we'd be going for? The tail is the handle and the vagine is the spout?
Sure. No problem.
We can run all my beer through it. It'll work perfectly. Yeah, I'm still debating it. I am seriously considering stuffing her, though, because I don't know what to do without her. We can bring her to a lot more events, though. If you think about it. All these beer festivals, we've never been allowed to bring her because
Be the
dogs aren't
friendliest
allowed.
pit bull ever.
Totally. She'll be a great ambassador. People go, is that dog alive? Of course it is. What kind of question is that? I'll just yell at everybody who asks so they don't know what to do.
She has a weird disorder.
Yeah.
Leave her alone.
What's wrong with you? You're embarrassing her. She has that fainting goat disease.
It's not her fault she doesn't blink or breathe.
She freezes up when there's a lot of people around.
Yeah, it's a very strange disorder that only elderly pit bulls get. All right. You can watch all the fun and action of this show on justin.tv/brewing network if you don't want to listen. You can also listen live with your iPhone if you go to iTunes and download the BN iPhone app. I forget what you have to search for. I think you search for Beer Radio or Brewing Network, and you will find the BN app. And you can download that to your iPhone and listen on the go. Or, of course, you can just listen at home. You can always join the chat room by hitting the Chat Now button right there on the home page. And the Beeve is in there taking your questions. She'll send them over to me. So if you have any questions about bottling today, ask somebody else. Send us those questions, and we'll try to get it answered. One of the things we're really going to talk about today in terms of bottling is sanitation and cleaning. And then we're going to talk about kind of a more unique bottling practice that we've gotten a lot of questions about, and that's bottling our sours and lambics and goose and those kind of Belgian styles, particularly in terms of carbonation with those two, because as you may or may not know, the lambic styles and the sour styles tend to be extremely low carbonation. Is there in the style guideline, is it acceptable if they're flat, Brad? Do you remember?
In the style guideline for the straight lambic category, it is. However, I got deducted points for it.
Really?
So it just depends on your judge, I guess. But in the category, it says, still for the I don't know, whatever subcategory straight lambic is, can be still.
But it says can be still, but it doesn't recommend, like it's okay to be lightly carbonated.
No, exactly. It's lightly carbonated or still for that style.
Okay.
But, like I said, not every judge knows that.
Right. Well, and that happens a lot. We've talked about that.
Well, when you get to these more, obscure categories, they're becoming more prevalent, and more homebrewers are doing them. But without the judges knowing, that, and all the judges, that tends to be, a few judges out there that get stuck in these smaller categories like this that just aren't brushed up quite on it.
Right.
I think in carbonation, even still, a little carbonation helps them a lot. Still just...
I agree with that. I mean, if I have, unless it's a very old bottle, any of my favorite lambics, from Cantillon or any of these, Dre Fontaine, they're a little bit effervescent.
Right.
And I like that. I much prefer that.
The only one that is acceptable to be still is obviously the Brusquela Grand Cru. But even when it's actually truly flat, it's actually not that great a beer.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I find that the difference between, I don't know, how many volumes is it when we say a little bit? Are we talking 2 volumes here?
Oh, no, a little bit would be like under 1 or
it's
1.
Under 1,
yeah.
right? Yeah. It makes all the difference in the world. You really know it,
Right. Well, I think what cask beer is 1.2 or something like that. So, like still beer is something like that. But
okay.
It needs around 1 to open it up a little bit.
Okay. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about that later and how you can get those volumes and kind of what's recommended. But, some of the questions that came through, and by the way, I've been getting a lot of comments lately that say, I think it's mostly from new listeners, right? In fact, some of the listeners that we met at the casting call on Saturday, they started talking about how we are an advanced brewing show, and that a lot of the things, the terminology that we used and things that we talk about, that we're an advanced brewing show, which, believe me, I never thought I'd hear those words about my show.
Must have listened to a different show.
Yeah. But I did think about it, and, in part, it's because we've covered so many of the basic topics back in year 1 and year 2 and, even year 3, I think. And in the last couple years, because we've not wanted to repeat things, we've wanted people to just go back and listen, that we would keep trying to do new topics. And I think that's made it feel a little bit like, we're just for advanced brewers. So I don't mind going back a little bit to a topic like this where we're talking about some sanitation and cleaning of bottles, which we've covered before on other programs. I think we've covered it more than once. But I think it's worth it in the lifespan of our show to go ahead and feel like we can insert some of this basic information too, which is very important. So some of the questions that were coming through, we're talking about how to deal with bottles, which bottles to use, and reusing bottles, right? Now, I should start with this. Does anybody in this room reuse commercial bottles? And you guys know what I mean. You go buy a 6-pack, you save it, you clean the labels off, you use that. Anybody do that?
Only for my sour beers do I do it, because you just can't buy the Belgian glass.
Oh, I see. So you're using this way to get the bottles
the
themselves.
heavy glass, yeah. For standard beers and competitions, I'd prefer, just your standard, 12-ounce that I'm purchasing.
Right.
For cleanliness is mostly the main reason for me, and ease.
So go purchase the brand new one.
Yes.
Can I get this out of the way? Competition bottling, right? Let's just get this right out of the way. Don't use those fucking New Belgium bottles with a little ring around them. A bottle that's going to stick out in a competition. Just use something normal. So a lot of people will reuse, a clear bottle, a green bottle, or these little, special bottles, proprietary bottles from New Belgium, and that's just a no-no in competition. I just want to get that out of the way.
Use the standard bottle that you can buy at the store. And, we're going to recommend this anyway. The reason I asked the room if they reuse bottles, I pretty much know the answer to that. We have recommended numerous times not to reuse bottles if you can. I mean, if you're not on that tight of a budget, maybe figure out where to save somewhere else. Because if you think about it, you've really done everything to make the best beer possible. You've gone through every step. You've done your yeast starter. You've cleaned everything. You've sanitized. I mean, ideally, you have painstakingly gone through the whole process to make sure that your beer is clean. And now at the end, you're going to throw it into a recycled bottle. Now, we will talk about how to clean these anyway and cover this, but I just want you to know that our primary recommendation is just that you don't do it. And I think it kind of goes back to Jamil's whole thing, even when it comes to secondary fermenters. It's just eliminate everything you can to keep a clean beer. If you don't have to move it, if you don't have to do something, just don't do it. And I think that goes with recycling bottles. Recycle your bottles to do the right thing for the environment, not to do the right thing for your beer.
Well, if you're going to share with friends, they're perfect for that.
Yeah, I use it.
There you go.
I use used bottles for just beer I take out to places and share and then bring back. But for when I was in competitions, which was not too long ago, I would always use new bottles for that, and then I would treat them like they're used bottles. I would clean them just like they were messed up because I want to make sure they were ready to go.
Right.
So would you say the length of time is a real factor? So basically, if you fill a bottle and you're going to drink it in the next 48 hours, it's fine, right? I mean, a reused bottle, a recycled bottle, is that something?
No, I treat everyone the same. I clean and sanitize every bottle. I don't care if I'm going to drink it that day, because I'm sharing that with somebody that I would think they'd expect me to give them a food grade beverage.
Right.
So yeah, sanitized bottle every time. Not just clean, always use a sanitizer.
A question that just came through that I think is a follow-up to your competition bottle, Chad, was, when you say a standard bottle, is that a long neck or a short neck?
Long neck.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Okay. I think that's what they say on most competition sites, right?
That's what they're looking for. Yeah. I'm at the competitions a lot, and then they'd have kind of eliminated the raised letter rule because so many people are entering them. It was a time when they were unique, and if there was one there, it'd be like standing out. But now there's so many of them, especially there's so many breweries that are doing it, like Sam Adams and Widmer and all those guys. And people should be probably somewhat encouraged to use bottles, but personally for competition, it seems like you care more if you send it in a long neck because you are using a new bottle.
Well, if I'm going to
That's
spend
like important to you.
$8 to send in a competition or $12 to send in an entry, why would I skimp on a bottle?
Yeah, I mean, you got an entry fee, you got postage, you got all the trouble to make it, like Justin was pointing out. Why just bail on the end on it? I did a lot of cellaring, and I see all kinds of bottles coming in. Bottles that still have some of the old label on there. Might see some sort of remnant of another commercial beer label on there, and just crazy kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, Tasty will tell you. I mean, from the cellaring, bottles just tend to fit in a case from a microbrewery, right? Just the proper height and everything. They fit in a case. Just the way they should, and they stack right. When people send all these different size bottles and stuff, just boxes don't fit right.
Yeah.
So they're tougher to store, and you kind of got to manage them a little differently. So that's the big cellaring issue, right? I mean,
yeah, the
typically.
competition rules are supposed to, control that, but there's obviously it's up to they're usually pretty lenient because nobody wants to DQ an entry.
Right.
So yeah, if you don't send it in a long neck, you're kind of a problem. Like for instance, if I was cellaring and half the beers in a category were squats, they wouldn't be fitting into my case box that well because they're wider, right? They're not taller, but they're wider, and all of a sudden things are getting cramped in there.
Yeah. All right. So just for competition purposes, just go get the new bottle.
You're not sending that many bottles, so why not just do it?
And my idea is that if you can afford to enter competitions, you can afford new bottles. But now I want to go. I do want to digress a bit because I also get it. I get why some of you want to reuse bottles. I was much cheaper than I am even now, and certainly much, much poorer when I started brewing, and I absolutely reused bottles. I got it. I mean, every penny counted. If I was going to go spend $40 for the ingredients for a batch of beer, I didn't have another $10 to spend on the case of bottles or something like that, or whatever it was at the time. I really didn't. So I did reuse bottles, and I understand. So I did want to talk about that a little bit, and I think we need to just make sure that we've discussed this before, there's a difference between cleaning and sanitizing. So no matter what you're doing, they all have to be sanitized. It really doesn't matter. It just becomes a little more difficult to clean if they're a used and recycled bottle in terms of having the label on it, in terms of the fact that it might have some dry and stale beer at the bottom of it because you just sat it in your, on your shelf. So whatever the case may be, you need to make sure you clean, and then they all have to be sanitized. So I don't know if you guys have any special techniques. I didn't have any back then for getting labels off of bottles. I remember it being a big fat pain in the ass, and I remember soaking them in hot water and then really just trying to scrape them off. And some of them would come off easily and some wouldn't. I do remember looking at the water and the bottles in it at the end of me scraping off labels for a while and feeling like I was doing the worst possible thing I could to sanitize this bottle. Like the water just looked gross and dirty, and there were small bits of paper that I felt like were probably going to be inside the bottle. So, I would recommend that you have 2 water vessels at least going on where you're kind of scraping in hot water on one and you're rinsing in a second that doesn't have all these bits of paper in it. You've got glue coming off at the same time. Is there some method I don't know about besides the hot water deal?
I like to use PBW.
PBW, there's a TSP or trisodium phosphate, which is available at the hardware store. It is a little bit more active in terms of removing labels, especially if like same with PBW. You give it some time to soak.
Yeah.
I know the brands that come off real easy, so I just put them in the kitchen sink of PBW, one big teaspoon per gallon. And let it soak, and then come back in a couple hours later, and then labels will be floating around. And
they just will kind of fall right off.
Just fall right off. Other ones, I just put it into recycling. I don't care about it. Just too much trouble to, be peeling, scraping, obviously trying to physically take glue off that it's not dissolving in water, which is like, what's the point,
What are the brands that are
I know Lagunitas is one, and of course these are all subject to change, right? I know Gordon Bier's and their stuff comes right off.
Yeah, I remember that coming right off too.
Yeah.
And those are nice long neck bottles, the Gordon Biersch ones too.
Yeah. I don't buy beer based on how easy they come off, so it's not like
no, but it's a bonus if you can buy good beer and reuse bottles.
It's a free bottle. It's like 80 cents, back.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Okay, well that's good to know because, believe it or not, I thought it was a silly question, like how the hell we could know. So I'm glad that you had a little advice. It came through. What are some of the brands that come off easier?
You'll find out. Just put 6 different brands in a sink of PBW, and you'll find out real quick.
And it just depends on how they're gluing those things on. Because I'll tell you, I remember some bottles that I just, at the end of, after 20 minutes, half hour, I just went, well, fuck it. This is ridiculous.
Well, they used to all use just paper and glue, right? Which is, everybody was cool. But now they use like stickers almost. Essentially, they're peel back kind of things. But that doesn't mean they all don't come right off. There's some of those that are peel back slide right off just like they used to.
Okay.
I can give one other alternative, and I've had some discussions with Doc about this and argued a little bit. The other option is to not. The beer goes inside the bottle. If you really take true time to clean and sanitize the inside of your bottle, the outside label doesn't matter unless you're entering a competition. Right. Or it's a nicer presentation, obviously. You're handing somebody a bottle with another label on it, but you truly could let it go if you're just lazy.
Right.
Yeah, if you want to present a more, I don't even say professional face, right. A little more, I care a little bit face.
The argument I get that I've gotten is if you don't care enough to take care of the outside of the bottle, you probably don't care enough to take care of the inside, which is true. I've experienced other homebrewers' beers, it is the case.
Yeah, I notice a pattern that when I'm getting a beer poured out of a bottle, still some beer label remnants on it. It's not as good, I can tell you.
Well, so I agree with that too. And yesterday at the casting call, we had some people bring in some fully labeled commercial bottles with homebrew caps on them, right? So you knew that they had just rebottled. So they just cleaned the inside. They had the full label on it. Mm-hmm. And now we weren't judging anybody on their beer that day. But I'm at the very least, I'm disappointed when I see that. And at the very most, it does change my drinking experience, like you're saying, Tasty, where you kind of see that and you go, well, I don't know, it's just different, right?
I'd agree with that.
Something mentally happens that you go, I don't know. The brewers that I know that brew really good beer would never hand this to me. So you're kind of judging the person automatically, aren't you? You're kind of going, right. He's not that great a brewer.
You keep it at home.
Yeah. I try and remember if that was my experience with those beers yesterday, but I don't remember if they.
I would bet it. If it probably true, it probably was.
Yeah.
Well, I at a recent homebrew meeting, I went in and had a really nice stone bottle, with a silk screen on it or whatever.
Bottles? Yeah, the
painted,
Rogue
whatever they
uses
are.
those.
Really nice, right? But a guy comes over, goes, "Oh, here, try this beer." Oh, great! Yeah, I love Ruination. Whatever. And then you start sipping it, so you're already past you're already thinking it's a different beer. And then he goes, "Oh no, that's my lager, my light lager." You're
right.
I wonder why it tastes all fucked up, or not the beer I was thinking. So that's another thing. A lot of people.
Now Stone's a good example because I'll make a little exception if it's an inked bottle like that. Mm-hmm. All right? If it's an inked bottle, I honestly then don't feel like they're being lazy, or I actually feel like they're being very efficient. They've chosen the best possible bottle. They didn't have to scrape off the label. They're also saving dough. They didn't have to go buy one. I think there's still the subtlety of, most of the great brewers I know wouldn't do that, but I guess I'm saying I won't judge that one ahead of time as much because there are the brands of beer that ink their labels, and why not reuse that bottle?
Right.
You can.
You can't really get rid of it either.
Right.
You could, but
right.
I think that's certainly a better alternative to buying brand new bottles than labeled ones.
But again, you drink with your eyes, right? So if you don't know going into it, you're thinking what you're seeing. So that's the other issue.
Right.
That's all.
Right. Okay.
And just in bottling in general, as you take on home brewing and bottling beer, you have to to embrace that to a certain extent. Like if you don't like cleaning and sanitizing bottles, you're going to have to eventually because you don't want it to be the thing that stops your hobby from progressing. I mean, you just can't making wort and drinking beer. You got to do all the steps in between, and you got to take the same enthusiasm in each of those other steps to make the beer that I think you really want to make.
You clean your carboy every time, right?
Yeah, so it's important.
Treat it like that.
Every vessel's got to be the same.
It's glass. It's same type vessel.
Right. Well, you clean my carboy every time.
Well, sure.
That's what
but
someone's got to.
It's all about prep time and knowing you have that on your side. So basically, let it soak overnight.
Yeah, do it.
Stick a brush in there. You always, if it's got a hole for a brush to go in it.
Yeah,
do it.
Yeah, do it steps at a time. Don't try to okay, my beer's been sitting an extra 2 weeks in the fermenter. I got to get it out of there. Now today I got to go clean all the bottles, sanitize all the bottles, get everything else ready. Do it in steps. That is, get all your bottles ready ahead of time, and then maybe on the last day you do a few things and do your bottling.
Well, you've got 2 weeks for fermentation to to get those labels off.
Right. Good job. You made the beer. Now do a little work while you're waiting.
Right.
Yeah.
Not like a last-minute yeast starter. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people do that, too. It's prep time. Plan.
And get some help. If you got neighbors that are drinking your beer, have them come over and help you clean those bottles.
Ooh, that's a good plan.
That is a good plan.
Bring those bottles you gave them. Yeah,
that's a great plan. That's cheap right there. That's cheap beer. Your neighbors getting all that free beer. All they got to do is come scrub a little bit.
You get a couple extra set of hands, and you can do like 3 or 4 cases in like 30 minutes. It's crazy.
I'll tell you, Tasty, they wanted me to ask for cleaning techniques. I did not expect to hear
Invite
that
the
one.
neighbors. Yeah,
that's a great technique. Invite your free drinking
the
neighbors.
people that get the beer. Yeah, bring those bottles back, will you?
Those buddies who are
make sure
loving
they
on you.
return the bottles too that you've already done all that hard work for. If you're going to continue to use,
train them
bottles.
to do it at home when they go buy commercial beer. To instead of throwing away those bottles, train them that if they deliver you clean and delabeled bottles in the proper way, you will fill those bottles.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
And maybe do a half exchange of them, right? They bring you a 6-pack, they get 3 back full of beer.
Well,
I think that's a pretty good deal.
It'll depend on supply and demand, but they're on the list anyway. That's where you want to be on the list.
They're part of the program.
Yeah, you're in the deal.
Right. I like the list.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk about another type of bottle that came up since we're on this, and that's the swing top bottles.
Oh, you can't forget that guy.
Great bottles, yeah.
So the question was, are they worth it? Are they worth a shit?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. You can replace the gasket on the swing part. You can replace the swing top altogether.
You can get all that at More Beer.
Yeah, it's still glass, but you really just want to watch out for the soft parts, like that gasket if it has any cracks, especially if you're doing Brett sour beers. But those are fantastic bottles to use.
And give it a good soak for sanitation, because it is rubber, so it does scratch.
Okay. See, I'm glad to hear that, because it is such an easy bottle to use, right? And easy to bottle with and to cap, right?
That was when I first switched to kegging. That's one of the first things I did was acquire different places that do 1 liter swing tops. So if you want to take beer for a few friends somewhere, to fill a 1 liter, tasty style, straight out of the tap, and throw the swing cap on. Is the easiest thing to do. You're not trying to cap it real quick or anything like that. It's the swing top's a lot easier.
Well, and I'll tell you what I did, being so cheap at the time, was, I hated bottling, but I still couldn't afford the kegging system, which isn't that expensive, right? It's $150 or something for a keg and a regulator and the whole thing.
It's the regulator that kills you.
Yeah. But anyhow, so I went in steps, and this particular time, I'd already decided I was done cleaning labels off of bottles. That was too much work for me. So I was buying new bottles when I would do it, or I was, reusing my own homebrew bottles, which I didn't have to clean labels off of. So I thought, I hate bottling so much. And part of it is I was worried about sanitation. They're sitting there open while I'm trying to cap them. So my intermediate step between regular bottling and kegging was to buy 48 of the flip top bottles from, 2 cases from More Beer. I just went down to More Beer and I bought them all, and I bottled maybe 2 batches that way before I was like, well,
you didn't get your money back on that, did you?
I did, but it was my intermediate, because I thought, look, at least if I can take 1 step out, the capping, right, then I was happy about it.
And just, the thing to watch out for is just make sure it does make a good seal when you do, close it. I love my Russian River growlers with the swing top.
Yeah.
Those are great for if I just, pull a few pints off the tap before I go to a meeting. That's a great vessel to bring,
You're right.
So, short-term serving, those are great bottles. I don't know. I haven't had any experience storing them and using them that
I haven't
way,
either, but I think they'll be fine.
Yeah,
as long as
they seal, right?
As long as they seal and as long as they're sanitized. And, keep an eye on those O-rings. You don't have to replace them, obviously, as much as you would caps, but you're only going to get 3 or 4 uses out of them.
Right.
Can you PBW soak the O-rings?
Sure.
Yes.
That stuff's okay on rubber?
Mm-hmm.
No
Food
big deal?
grade, yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do bleach cleaning or sanitation with those, because it would affect the metal parts of that swing top.
I see. Okay.
Right.
But PBW's fine.
That's
all of it's not
fine.
going to eat away at the rubber.
PBW and the other ones, yeah.
Okay. All right. So we've talked about a couple of cleaning strategies, definitely soaking PBW, and then you have to rinse that using the brushes to get into that bottle, right?
Right. Yeah, you definitely want to, a lot of people don't brush their brand new bottles. They just basically assume that that's a good to go. I personally would never put beer in a bottle unless I ran a bottle brush through it.
You brush each one.
Now, one thing I want to point out, as you do a bottle, most of the people listening probably are dentists, use a bottle brush on a bottle, and you hear that noise, that scratching sound, that's scratching. So you got to make, be aware of that, right? You're scratching the inside of the neck of the bottle. Now, what I do is I get a piece of really, I guess almost like 1/8 inside diameter tubing, and I cut that to the length of the shaft on the brush, and then I just wrap, kind of slit that down the center like I was cleaning a fish, and then I wrap that around that shaft, and then of course that you don't get that noise, you don't get that scratching sound.
Good idea. The wire doesn't come into contact.
The wire doesn't
with
hit the glass, right? Because that's really, you are scratching it, but you're cleaning and you're sanitizing it, but you're creating a point where there could be a problem, especially if you're reusing bottles.
Right.
And or if you had like a sour beer in that bottle before or something like that.
Right.
It's an excellent point. That's what I used to hate about carboys.
Same thing there, you can use plastic on that.
And my carboys looked awful. By the time Shat inherited my couple of carboys, the whole tops were faded with scratching all around. And I knew that was scratched. Frosted, exactly. But I wasn't going to go buy new carboys, but I didn't know what to do about it. I should have just insulated, that wire.
Yeah.
The other thing I like that I got at More Beer when I first started going to More Beer was they have a carboy and keg or bottle cleaner that screws onto a tap or faucet or hose.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's a high-pressure thing, and it just, when you press the bottle on, it turns on and hoses it out really good. Those are great, especially for the new bottles when you just want to give them a quick rinse and do great for that.
Excellent
Get the
option.
mold out of the bottom, too, really well.
That's exactly what commercial breweries are doing. When they get a pallet full of glass, all it's getting is a quick water rinse.
High-pressure water rinse.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
So
that's what it
you're
does,
doing.
exactly.
No, that is
I love that
great
thing.
little, and what is it? They're cheap, too. It's just a little piece of copper,
They're
isn't
like
it?
$10. Yeah.
That's a lifesaver. That's an excellent option.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. For sanitizing these bottles, I had a couple different questions come in, and one that I had not heard is what about baking them?
In the oven, sure. Dry heat.
Yeah? Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. You're actually sterilizing, not just sanitizing. You're making it sterile. You could...
Okay, so after we've cleaned, of course, that's the primary thing.
You got to start with
get
a clean vessel.
Get the junk out of it.
Right.
Then bake it. What temperature are we talking here? They don't break? Because this is not tempered glass,
no,
is it?
they don't break. You don't go that high. It's like 340 for an hour, or you can... I think there's some tables around. You can do like 280 for 2 hours or something.
Right.
There's like the lower the temperature, the longer the time. Like overnight for 280, I think.
Right.
But one
Dry
number I
heat
have is
needs longer,
340 for an hour would sanitize the bottles. Or sterilize.
I just... It actually, because it does sterilize, it's a great thing. But I just see some concerns with breakage, brittleness, burning yourself with them.
Oh yeah.
But my question would be is when you're if you're using something like Star San, it stays wet, stays on the bottle. When I take it out of the Star San and move it over to my bottling area, it's still wet, still sanitary. What's you're taking it out of the oven, it's got to cool off before you can fill it.
Right.
How much air is it intaking,
Aluminum foil over the top.
Yeah. Okay, good idea.
Yep.
Yeah, that was my thought, too.
Yep. You put aluminum foil over the top.
Just leave it out there in the open as it cools down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be cooling off, sucking air,
in the oven. Put aluminum foil before they go in the oven.
So that's right. Leave the oven door closed. Aluminum foil. So it's going to take half a day because you're going to do this for a couple hours, and then you got to wait for it to cool down for a few hours.
Do it the night before.
Well, it's just planning, just like with taking the labels off. It's just planning.
Yeah, you got to do some of the work ahead of time.
I tried it just to do it.
It's too much work already.
It wasn't that. It was easy. It wasn't.
Yeah,
I've used the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even in our disgusting oven?
Yep.
Wow.
With aluminum foil over the top.
You're a brave man. Yeah. You should have doubled the aluminum foil in our oven. All right.
Don't use saran wrap.
I've used the dishwasher as the other one because I have a sanitized cycle on my dishwasher.
Yeah,
oh, you do?
That's a wet heat. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And you don't use any detergent when you're doing that, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Or a rinse. That rinse will kill it.
Just a rinse and sanitize.
Yeah.
So it's just
water
a
rinse,
heat
but no
sanitize. So you don't, at that point, you would not then dip them in 5-star.
I would still clean them first.
You would clean them first, but
I don't trust that because the opening is so small on the bottle.
Yeah,
I don't trust that my dishwasher is going to get in there and get that clean.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't.
But you wouldn't use another chemical after that to sanitize them.
No, that's your sanitize cycle.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And they're in a rack right there. And if you're bottling in the kitchen, you just take them out of the rack, fill them, cap them. It's a nice little holder.
Oh, I like that idea. Ours must not have that.
I wouldn't try it. Not with that thing.
We have the Pacheco dishwasher.
Well, you ever see that little trap at the bottom? Yeah.
I try not to look at our
Don't
trap.
look in there. Huh?
The fork and a knife in there, a little piece of cheese. Yeah.
Actually, most restaurants in the Bay Area have Pacheco dishwashers.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't even like our water. I told you, when I left the hospital, I had that open wound that they wanted me to like shower with and just let water through it. And I was like, I live in Pacheco, right? You want that water to run through my open wound? Come on, get out of here.
Well, it's interesting. This question kind of came up. We were talking about sanitizing with steam with Brenelson last night. And he was talking about filters that you can kind of put in. So like chemistry is really important, water chemistry with even a dishwasher. So maybe you do want to filter RO water coming in to make it food grade, depending on what's in the water and the sanitizer. Right. So, I mean, there are ways you can kind of adapt and modify and filter. So that might be something to look into, too, if you're not too sure, if your dishwasher is nasty.
All right, one more thing on cleaning that I think is an interesting question that's coming through from the chat right now. Beerific is in there, and he says, I'd like you guys to explain why you assume new bottles are cleaner than reusing bottles. What about mouse piss and dust, and who the hell knows what else from it sitting in the warehouse?
It sounds like he's quoting me.
Oh, okay.
That's how I treat them. I treat them like, there's been rat family been working living above this case of bottles for a couple of years.
So when we talk about that they're cleaner, we're mostly talking about the outside of the bottle, not the inside.
They don't have any beer residue in them and stuff like that, but they're open bottles. I mean, things just fall in there, dust.
Right.
They're in warehouses, and some of those warehouses aren't like, for food products. They're just, for industrial products. So, I treat them, which is it's not like I'm giving them like a big sort of like detox thing. I'm just running a bottle brush through there with a PBW like I do all the bottles, even my used bottles. So, it's really no different. I'm just not a guy just to rinse. I'm just not a rinse, sanitize, and fill guy. I want to treat every bottle like it's dirty.
I do find that mouse shit rinses out really well, though.
It just comes right out. Yeah. Mouse piss, on the other hand, that's a little sticky.
That's what the pressure washer's for.
But I'll tell you, that's a talented mouse to be able to piss right down in that bottle. I mean, he's got to really straddle 4 of them or so. I'm trying to picture the action. And
they're up on the pallet rack shooting down.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, maybe a contest they're doing there.
Yeah.
Drop the pellets in the bottle.
Come on, George,
it's
try.
It's like the ring toss at the circus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
mouse entertainment.
These bottles could be being treated differently too. So like your local homebrew shop, I mean, they could get them on a flat, but then disperse them into cases right there in the store. Versus you're getting them on a flat with a cardboard over them, right from the manufacturer in a commercial setting. So that could be a difference too.
Okay.
Look into it, do some research, ask the homebrew shop. Do you guys take these from one place, stick them in your own box?
Right.
Because a lot of places do that. So that's a good point where he says, these new bottles, how do you know? It's 2 different things. It's either coming from a manufacturer and you know what you're getting because you've done the research, or it's coming from your local homebrew shop and they're just handling them, and that might be a concern.
Okay.
Assume they're shitty.
Yeah.
If you're going to put your good, hard-made beer, if it was somebody else's beer, I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Now, is there any reason... Now, I know you mentioned that it is actually sterilizing when we do the oven situation, but is there any reason that you would choose the oven over something like the... what do we all use? We all use, for sanitizing, the 5-star...
Star San.
Star San, yeah.
Is there any reason you would choose the oven over Star San?
Maybe you could do more at a time.
Okay.
You want to do... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know any reason.
Me personally, no.
But none of you do it. All of you use Star San instead. Okay. Now I know that the common complaint about Star San is that it's a little expensive, but the ease of use with it and knowing how effective it is. I mean, to me, it's like going out and buying the absolute best for this beer that you spent all the time on. I mean, I know that there are other sanitizers out there, and there are other very effective sanitizers out there, but I think everybody who's come into the studio ultimately agrees that, and they're not a sponsor, that the Star San is just superior. It's just such an easy to use product.
Well, I think that you can really cut the cost of your Star San. And it's good for a while.
If you cover it.
If you cover it, exactly.
Right.
But, just take a little care. It takes a little bit of care.
Right.
And you can reuse that stuff.
Yeah. If you go, in fact, I think a great preface to this show. Before you go on listening to this show, I should have said at the beginning, you really should go back to the 5-Star show where you hear the guy who invented the stuff, Charlie, I think Charlie Talley is his name, describe his products. And you really don't have any reason not to believe him either. You'll see what I mean when you listen to the guy talk about it.
One of the most informational shows I think the Brewing Network's ever done. That Charlie Talley show is awesome.
I think you're right. I think we just got some really straightforward info. I mean, he even said stuff that he wasn't supposed to say in terms of the FDA. That
and how much he uses it, PBW and Star San in his daily life.
Right.
His wife, anyways, using it at home.
Yeah. And he does talk about being able to reuse it, like you're talking about, Brad. And he says cover it. I think he said that he said a real good indicator is when it gets real cloudy. It gets that really milky, cloudy thing. Then it's probably time to redo it, and you'll get that overnight if you leave it open. I mean, if you use it a lot and then just leave your bucket outside, you're wasting it. But if you have a lid and you can use your Star San for, not for cleaning, but for sanitizing. Because I say that because I'll use it for cleaning too on brew day. I'm cleaning stuff, and it just gets dirty. But if you just have a sanitizer bucket and then you cover it, you're right, Brad. You can hold on to that for a month.
I actually went down to the grocery store and got some of those refillable 5-gallon jugs that you use to fill the filtered water for. And when I'm done with my Star San, I take it out, I put it in those and store it until I need it.
See, you can save a ton on that. I could have probably bought a quarter of the Star San I've bought had I done that.
Me too.
Yeah.
It took me a while to figure it out.
And here's some of the other science behind it too that I see a lot of homebrewers still doing is they'll use PBW, let it soak, their bottles, and then they'll just dump out the PBW and go right into a Star San solution. Always rinse in between, because all you're doing is neutralizing the two.
Okay.
You have an alkaline cleaner, and then you're going to a acidic, so you're just turning it into a base.
So you have to go
always
PBW,
rinse.
Water, then Star San.
Always go around the same temperature,
PBW.
because all you're doing is neutralizing that Star San when you're just dumping bottle full of PBW back into the Star San per se.
Okay.
So that was a good tip I think he talks about on that show as well.
Yeah, that's a great tip.
All right, so Star San, you just need 30-second contact time, and then you're sanitized. And you don't have to submerge it in Star San. You can just spray it with Star San. So that's why it's called an injector, I think. The thing that is made to go on top of your bottle tree, which everybody should have a bottle tree that cleans bottles. I have one myself. I use it all the time. I might be cleaning 6 bottles. I get it out because it's just a great place to put the bottles. And so this injector that goes on top, which I never put it on top. That's kind of silly. I just set it on the side. But a small amount of sanitizer can do a heck of a lot of bottles just by pumping them on that thing, getting them, for 3 good.
You only need about 6 ounces of Star San, and you could clean 2 cases of bottles.
Exactly. Right. That's not very much.
You can tell how little we bottle here when I tell you that our bottle tree is like on the side of the house, buried in a foot of weeds. And
is that what that is?
That was a yard ornament.
That little red thing sticking out. It's like 4 feet tall, but you can just see that's our bottle tree over there. That's how often we bottle here.
Yeah.
We have the stripperator now, so we don't need it.
That's true.
Okay. Anything else on sanitizing, guys? That's not.
We didn't mention iodophor is another sanitizer.
Well, and I don't go and look at all. There's tons of sanitizers, and you can listen to that 5-Star show, and we talk about them in comparison. Then to, in the end, a sanitizer is a sanitizer. If it says it will do what you need it to do, which is to sanitize, then it will. The iodophor will do it. There's other products that will do it. We've complained about the Oxy stuff before because of the chlorine content. So that's a decision you have to make. But I think I'm just telling you that we don't get paid for this endorsement. It's just one of those personal endorsements that, like I said, everybody who comes in here has. Just get the 5-Star. Just do it. My friend, the brewers in France, if you listen back to the French show, they have me send them Star San. Or every time I go to France, I say, "What do you guys want from America?" All they want me to bring is Star San, because they have a hard time getting it over there.
Customs must love that.
I know. I actually thought I would get busted. Right? I just put it in my bag, and I thought, well, that's not going to be in there when I arrive in France. But you know what? I think they just read it, and they go, "Oh, it's just a cleaner."
Here's a good tip, too, about those little Star San bottles. The smaller ones are easier to work with. The bigger bottles, when you squeeze it, you got to squeeze the hell out of it to get it in that little cap to measure it out.
Right.
If you use a smaller one, just get it like a gallon and keep refilling the little one. A lot easier.
Oh, I noticed that little one around here. I thought you just were getting cheap.
Oh, it works a lot better.
Or take your NyQuil cap and use that for a measuring cup.
Okay.
That's what I finally, it took me, I bought one of the big bottles and it just didn't work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I took the
It gets tough.
Theraflu or NyQuil cap and measure the 1 ounce or half ounce off of that.
I love just having one of those little ones around all the time now. Yeah.
Got it.
Just a little tip.
All right, well, that's good stuff and good recommendations there. If you have to reuse bottles, it just, again, you got to clean them. And then, of course, everything you have to sanitize. I do love the tip about if you have one of them fancy dishwashers that Brad has over there. One of them newfangled dishwashers. I like that. It's a good
One
idea.
that works, you mean?
Yeah. Where do you live, Brad? Were you in Walnut Creek or something? One of them fancy...
Yeah. I'm in a town that's actually considered worse than Pacheco. It's called Antioch.
Oh, that is... well, I don't know if it's worse. It's on par. Bevo, what are you making faces for, El Sab? Or Rodeo, whichever awful city you're in now?
Antioch is actually worse than Rodeo.
No.
Yeah.
Nothing's worse than Rodeo.
Not true.
Kids get stabbed every day in Rodeo.
In Antioch, too.
Girls get raped in Antioch every day.
Oh. That's terrible.
Or kidnapped for 15 years.
You kind of look like an Antioch guy, though, Brad.
Born and raised.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
That was just mean.
He knows what I'm talking about, though.
He's even got a schooner shirt on.
That's
Great
right.
brewery out
That's
there.
right. Love Craig out there.
Actually, that is a really nice brewery and good beer. Yeah, Antioch's one of those towns, well, a lot like Pacheco. If a great brewery opened up in Pacheco, you'd all be surprised as fuck. So would I be. And same with Antioch. When I first had Craig's beer out there, I went, holy smokes.
And now if Craig just didn't have a shitty owner, he'd be brewing even more great beer.
Right. I've heard that. They keep going back and forth over there with all sorts of weird changes. Good beer, though. Schooners.
Great beer.
I haven't seen them around lately. Did they do any SF Beer Week events?
You know, they did.
this year.
They did in the past, but I didn't see them.
They
this
didn't
year.
do any events. I know that Craig was down at Pete's Brass Rail.
Oh, yeah.
Doing some tastings and took some kegs down there. But they don't even have anything. They have a standard 5 lineup and don't go anything beyond it these days.
Got it. I wonder why Pete's Brass Rail never ends up on our radar. It's a great beer bar down there in Danville. I guess we just never want to go to Danville. You go to Danville to look for hot MILFs. That's what you go to Danville for. Yeah. But they have it's a really good beer bar. They had that 30th anniversary Sierra thing, and I had that before like any other bar had it in the area.
That was great. We were there.
Yeah.
They have nice
awesome.
events, yeah.
Amy Graham is out there, too. Our old friend Chris Graham at More Beer, and his wife is like the GM or something, one of those things. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get a couple of reports from the Celebrator Beer Festival, and then we're going to carry on with our bottling, too. We got more information to get through, so hang in there. But I know that Moscow's got a good lineup of guests. He's been sending me the names of people. We're going to get to talk to some cool folks down there at the Celebrator Beer Festival ending SF Beer Week. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, this is Push from the Brewing Network, and I want to tell you about the Brewmaster's Warehouse and how you can get 10% off your next order. I'm a pretty techie guy, but I've never seen an online store like this. It's awesome. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and click on Brew Builder. You can whip up a custom recipe so easily even Sven could do it. Seriously, it's slick. You can share your recipe with your own logo and notes to the Brewmaster's database if you want. And the best part, it keeps a running tally of the beer you're building while you're doing it. Then bam, click Buy Recipe and your cart is filled and ready to go with helpful suggestions in case you forgot something. This thing is amazing. Brewmaster's Warehouse is run the way a home brewer would do it, with great service, fast turnaround, and $6.99 flat rate shipping. Brewmaster's Warehouse and the Brew Builder blew me away. Check it out today at brewmasterswarehouse.com. I'm serious. And don't forget to put BNARMY in the discount code box for 10% off your order. Check out brewmasterswarehouse.com. Cheers.
I've always thought that opening a brewery was a great way to ruin what is the perfect hobby. But like most homebrewers, I really wanted to see what it would be like to produce my own beer commercially. When I started out, I was, obscure homebrew geek, and being part of the Brewing Network has exposed me to a lot of people with a great passion for brewing. They seem so supportive, interested, and generous with their support. That kind of thing makes you feel like you can succeed at anything. Of course I'm excited. It's frightening. It's terrifying. It's kind of, we've got this rescue dog, and she is completely frightened. So when she comes up to me, she's shaking and salivating at the same time. I feel the same way with Heretic. I'm still a homebrewer at heart, and I hope that homebrewers always feel welcome at Heretic and able to provide part of the feedback and creativity that makes craft brewing great. The thing that excites me most is the opportunity to put a beer out there that I feel is the best beer I can make, and especially get a chance to go and drink that beer with people and see their reactions and get their feedback, and hopefully they'll be as excited as I am about Heretic beer.
Okay, so my double IPA has an ABV of 7.5 and a clarity of brilliant, so that's a +8. I pour it.
Sorry, looks like she found it unpalatable.
Ha! Shut up, Doug.
My creek gets a +10 versus girls because it's a fruit beer.
You can't open the bottle, and she walks over to the guy with the Pinot Grigio.
This sucks.
Ugh, I hate it when Greg's the brewmaster.
What's this? Non-Alcoholics Anonymous?
Dude, get out of here. We're in the middle of a brew session.
Is that an actual beer?
Yeah, I crafted it. I don't really use the dice anymore. I'm a 10th level beer nerd.
Are you a 10th level beer nerd? Have you ever been called upon to explain why it's named India Pale Ale? Do you burp Y Yeast 3522 and crap Cascade? Then you're in good company at Northern Brewer. Northern Brewer has all your beer nerd needs, ingredients, equipment, and knowledge 24 hours a day at northernbrewer.com. Plus, fast, cheap shipping, only $7.99 for the contiguous USA. And check out Northern Brewer's huge selection of dorky beer kits, including the Tongue Splitter.
I've got dry hops stuck in my braces.
And the Bourbon Barrel Porter.
Now on tap in the Mos Eisley Cantina.
Make 10th level at northernbrewer.com.
Hilo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Yeah!
Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the program. We're talking bottling here with Brad. We're going to take a quick break because we got some calls from the Celebrator Beer Festival ending SF Beer Week right now. And let's see, I should have Moscow on the line here unless he passed it right to our guest. Moscow, you there?
Hey, hey, Moscow.
Who do we have here?
This is Moscow.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Someone told me, someone told me I should go for Drunk of the Week, and I think I'm well on my way.
Uh-oh, Moscow's going to be calling in with drunken interviews here soon.
Yeah, I can't vouch for the how articulate the guest can be, but first up, let's see how Matt Brendelson from Firestone can do.
Thank you.
Hello.
Brendelson, how are you, brother?
Hey, long time no see.
Yeah, we were talking about hanging out with you last night already. How's Celebrator Beer Fest treating you?
Oh, it's awesome. There's a lot of troopers here. It's a packed house, a lot of great beers. It's amazing the tenacity of these beer enthusiasts here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, here on day 12 of SF Beer Week, they're still going strong, right?
Yes.
What's Firestone pouring at the fest tonight?
I believe our beers have been tapped out, but we're pouring Union Jack and Double Jack.
Oh, wow.
The two IPAs, and they were pretty popular. And we're never quite as popular as the Russian River. We never have quite the line, but we're okay with that.
Always the stepchild
Jesus.
to Russian River. You're so close, Matt. You're just right there. You know?
You know, Vinny was calling me from across the room. I think he was taunting me. I think he was trying to rub my nose in it.
Look at my line, he's saying. Oh, my
what
God.
a dick.
Oh.
So it's pretty packed there, huh? If you already ran out of beer.
Yeah, it's a full house here. I don't know how many people they typically get for it, but Trumer's an amazing host, and Lars Larson, the brewmaster, was in attendance, and we did a tour, and we drank some Trumer Pills, and I'm really impressed with this place from a technology standpoint. They did a great job setting it up.
Yeah, it's a nice brew house, and I'll be honest with you, Trumer Pils is probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite, local Pilsners. It goes between that and the Lagunitas Pils. Both of those are rad, but Trumer is an awesome Pils.
Yeah, there's nothing better. It's really nice. It's actually a great beer to end beer week with because it kind of washes some of the aggressiveness of the week off.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Well, so do this because the listeners they want to hear it from your mouth. I had the Double Jack just the other night on Friday. I had it down at Beer Revolution, and I had Double Jack a while ago, and I wasn't a big fan because it was a little too big for me. But I had it this week at Beer Rev, and I loved it. Tell us about the beer. What is Double Jack?
Well, I mean, you and I have talked about this before, I think, on the show, but it's essentially the Union Jack on steroids. Union Jack is a 7.5% alcohol, 75 IBU, double dry hop IPA, and the Double Jack is 21 Plato, so it comes in at 9.5% alcohol. We dry hop it 3 times. We're trying desperately to hit 100 IBUs, although that's seeming to be a little bit difficult. We're somewhere probably north of 80 and somewhere around 90, analytically speaking. But
okay,
I think that as the more we brew that beer, I think we've done something like 6 batches since the release. So we started brewing this kind of as a full-time beer in mid-December. And I think that myself and the brew team, we've kind of honed in on what makes that beer a little more drinkable and balanced, and trying to make sure that, you know, the beer attenuates well, that we try to hit that high IBU point. And to be honest with you, the recipe had carapils in it like the Union Jack originally, and that seemed to bring a little more sweetness than we wanted in the finish. So I think these later batches, we've tuned some of that up, and I've been really happy with the beer. I mean, you know, it did well at the Hayward IPA Fest, which was kind of a big surprise to us. We were really happy with those results, but more importantly, a lot of people seem to be liking it and getting positive feedback from folks, so it's cool.
Yeah, I think that I think the thing I was complaining about was attenuation and that kind of sweetness, but I was not complaining about it on Friday when I had it at Beer Rev, so I think you have. Hey, can you tell us just quickly, what is the trouble getting to 100 IBUs? Why is that difficult?
I mean, every brewery's a little bit different, but the solubility of isoalpha acid in aqueous solution is actually pretty low, lower, I think, than a lot of brewers realize. And you read the textbooks, and probably in a low OG beer, you can probably pack more IBUs in, to be honest with you. But, you know, the saturation point is somewhere in that 100, maybe 110 IBUs. So, you know, if a brewer is saying, oh, this beer calcs out to be a 200 IBU brew, it's not very likely that there's 200 IBUs in the finished beer. And
got it.
We, I mean, on paper, this thing should have like 300 IBUs.
I see. Right. Yeah.
And you know, another thing that we do, not to get too technical, but we'll look at wort IBUs versus finished beer IBUs, and every step in the process you see a drop along the way. A lot is absorbed on yeast cells. A lot of it just falls out as the pH starts to lower due to fermentation. And then certainly if you're doing any finishing or you're fining or you're filtering, you're dragging even more out. So,
wow,
you know, if you can make a beer with 100 IBUs, you've really packed it in there.
Nice. See, this is why I love talking to Matt. He's just no bullshit about it. He's not going to give you the hype about his 300 IBU beer. You know, that's nice. All
Although
right.
I think I'm peeing about 100 IBUs after this.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. All right, hey, I won't keep you, but am I allowed? You know, I've kept my mouth shut. You know, you're a friend of mine too. I didn't know if it was off the record. Am I allowed to congratulate you on your personal life right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Of course, of course.
Then congratulations to Matt Brynildson, who is now engaged to the lovely Allison. He will soon be a married man.
And she is lovely, by the way.
Allison's rad. I prefer to hang out with her than Matt.
The tasty approves.
Great, thanks a lot, man.
No,
I think it'll only improve my brewing life. She's a pretty organized individual.
Oh,
I've been
yeah.
getting to more events since I met her. So.
I think that's probably true. Look, Matt shows up now.
We'll call her to schedule you. I'm getting it.
Right.
There we go.
All right, Matt. Good to talk to you and good to hang out, man. Safe travels home.
All right. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, brother. Catch you later.
I don't think Matt's had enough to drink if he can say aqueous solution.
Yeah, he's probably got to drive home tonight. Hey, Moscow. Good job on that.
Hey, thanks, brother. You ready for the next one?
Yeah, what do you got?
I got Tom, the organizer of this great fest.
Oh, yeah, give us Tom. I love Tom.
Okay. Hey, Tom, Justin in the Brewing Network wants to talk to you.
Justin, how are you, man?
Well, I wish I was with you guys down there, but I'm hanging in there, Tom.
Well, listen, my brother, we wish you were here as well. Although we don't know where we would put you, the room is jam-packed.
Well, that's what I heard. It sounds like you have more people than ever down there.
We really did. The ticket sales were awesome. I think SF Beer Week is on fire. The excitement is all about beer, not only in the Bay Area, but in Northern California. And with people like Matt Brendelson coming up, and we've got people from not only all over the state, but all over the West Coast coming down for this. And the turnout from the, what we call the civilians, the people who are out there drinking good beer, keeping the good beer movement alive, we're just out in droves tonight. So the ticket sales were enormous. And, of course, that goes to the California Small Brewers Association, which has a big job to do this year with all the legislation that's pending that affects brewers, as you well know.
I don't know. Is there a bunch of stuff coming down the pipe that's being threatened?
That's exactly right. So we're here to help those guys out. They're the beneficiary of this event.
Great.
But I think it's beer lovers who are the winners because we had 35 or close to 40 breweries pouring, each one of them anywhere from 3 to 6 beers. So do the math, dude. We had a tremendous outpouring of people who support Celebrator Beer News.
Yeah.
This is our 23rd. I can hear the cheer going on in the room. We're outside the warehouse right now, where it's a little less noisy. But celebrating our 23rd anniversary, hard to imagine, but Brett and Julie Nichols. Julie's here tonight, by the way.
Oh, really?
Brett and Julie Nichols started Celebrator Beer News in January 1988. What were you doing, Justin?
I was pissing my pants, I think, Tom.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It was very
anyway, for everybody who spreads the word of good beer like Brewing Network does, we're so proud to have this moment and have so many people turn out for this. Thanks so much for all of your support and all of your listeners supporting the good beer movement, not only in California but across the country.
Happy to do it. I'm pleased to see your success, and I'll tell you what, you're the last day and the last event of SF Beer Week. You'd think that people would be home sleeping off their hangovers, and it's nice to see that they're out with you instead.
Well, they should be on dialysis by now, but you know what?
Right.
This is a hardcore group, and the turnout was tremendous.
Great.
And we're really grateful for that, but we're also glad that SF Beer Week is over.
Yeah, you and me both. All right, well, we're going to keep taking interviews from your place all night and keep talking to the brewers, so go have fun, and thanks, Tom.
Okay, man, I'll turn you over to Scott.
Perfect.
But many thanks again to Brewing Network, and, think of what I got to do as a beer journalist is start Sacramento Beer Week Thursday with the gala up in Sacramento.
Oh, man.
Think about it.
Good luck, Tom. Good luck. He's right,
All right,
you know.
Justin.
Bye, Tom.
Well, my friend. Here's Scott.
Thank you.
Tom.
Cheers.
Yeah, that's a good dude.
Yo.
All right. Tom's hardcore, Moscow. That guy can party.
Yeah, I wish you could see the shirt he was wearing, but it has more hops on it than all the Brewing Network gear combined.
I've seen Tom's shirts before. Don't worry. I'm okay not seeing it again.
All right, well, stay tuned, everybody, because I'm going to be back with a few more interviews shortly.
All right, hey, make sure that you're representing us well. I mean, I'm happy to take your Drunk of the Week calls, but I don't need you stumbling around slurring Brewing Network at every brewer you run into.
I didn't realize there was any other way to behave.
How's Alexa doing? Is Alexa hammered too?
No, she's the face of the BN for you guys.
Okay.
She's not only sober, but cute.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. At one point, you might just hand the phone to Alexa.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind about 4 more beers down the line.
All right, Moscow, give me about 15 minutes before you give me somebody else.
All right, brother. I'll call you soon.
Thanks, man. All right. Moscow doing the good work down there, fighting the good fight for us.
Yeah.
It sounds like a real tough job.
He's in the
Our
trenches.
man on the street.
Yeah. He likes it. The problem is, see, Moscow's good. He drinks and still works. If you send any of us down there, me, Tasty...
Oh, yeah, I'd be in the car. and do
Yeah,
something
we
else.
drink, we hang out, and we're like, wait, phone call? Whatever.
It's too personal.
I'm
Yeah,
busy.
yeah.
Moscow's good at his job.
Film interviews, edit them down. No, not going to happen.
No, not going to happen. Moscow does that, too. You know, in the beginning when Moscow started, he was doing the video and then sending it to me. It never saw the light of day. Now he's figured out, I better learn how to edit because I see how it goes around here. So I think he's going to have a bunch of video from SF Beer Week.
Good.
He was at the Anchor release party. It was their 140th anniversary party this week. And it was an invite-only event that we were lucky enough to get an invite to. And they released a brand new Anchor beer called Brecky's Brown, I think. Or
Yeah.
Breckle.
Yep.
Is it
Breckles
Brecky's?
Brown or something, right?
Yes.
Breckles.
Breckles.
Yeah.
Anyway, it'll be in Scotch. He'll get it right when he reports on. But he's got video, interviews with the brewmaster, all of that coming.
Nice.
And I tried that beer at Beer Revolution on Friday also. Yeah. Another great Anchor beer.
We had it at Anchor yesterday.
Yeah. Awesome.
I think one of our TV episodes is going to be shot at Anchor.
Oh, that'd be great.
Which I am super excited
it's
about.
Like
I mean, it's like the most
a
gorgeous
cathedral of
beer.
beer.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't pick a better set.
You couldn't paint one
A lot
better
of
than
copper, yeah.
But might be.
Yeah, might be.
I'm not allowed to say that, so it might be.
It might be, exactly. You're getting it, Brad. Everything about the show might happen. All I know is that it will air at some point. That's the only thing I can say will. Everything else is might. All right. Let's talk a little bit about sour beer bottling, Brad, because we'll have a little time for that, and we'll do some more interviews, and then we'll probably just listen to Scott all drunk at the end of the show.
All right.
But you're a sour beer guy, and you have been for a while. I've had a lot of different samples of your sour beer. You've been doing it it's been a specialty of yours for a little while.
Yeah, I've been doing sour beers for probably almost 5 years now.
Okay. Wow, so even longer than I've even been into sour beers, you've been doing them.
Yeah,
I like that.
right when you guys first got started is about when I first got started. So.
Okay. And you already mentioned that, for actually recycling bottles, you'll save, the big bottles for sour beers. So I think that's an interesting point. And Chad and I have done the same. We bring, Cantillon bottles and things like that because they're the big, thick ones that can...
Right. With the variability of the carbonation you get, you just want to be safe with them. And I think that using the standard 12-ounce brown bottles is a little sketchy at times. And I like to save those big Belgian glass bottles, that real heavy ones. Although they do come with their quirks. Some in the U.S. are different than some in Belgium. So you really have to kind of pay attention to what you're doing with them.
Okay. All right, but good ones to recycle. You can save money on your sour beers. Plus, they're big, so you're bottling less.
Right.
But the questions that came through was really about carbonation, for these sour beers. And I know that there are different styles. You should go look at the BJCP style guidelines and figure out which style of sour beer you're actually doing. And some of them, of course, are hybrids that we do over here, aren't they? They're not exactly...
Right. They're not... The U.S. market definitely brews non-traditional, sour beers, and I think are doing it as well or better than a lot of the Belgian breweries right now. There's still obviously the staples like Cantillon and Driefontein and such, but some of those beers coming out of Lost Abbey and Russian River are just unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely great. Well, so here's a question that came up, and the question really is about... priming sugars and how to prime bottles for carbonation. And let me just preface it by some of the questions came through just general volumes and of CO2 and priming regular beer for carbonation. And, we talked about this before the show, and we said, you know what? we can't do this any better than How to Brew can do it.
Right.
So in fact, all the answers would be is us reading from How to Brew. So get yourself a copy of John Palmer's How to Brew. You can get it. Actually, we might be even sold out in the Brewing Network store.
The same graph is in Brewing Classic Styles as well.
Oh, it is?
Same one that he pulled from How to Brew. Same graph.
Brewing Classic Styles is in stock right now in our store, and you can go get that. But the point is, it's not even radio friendly to talk about when you get to volumes of CO2 and how to get it. But it's just more comprehensive to look at it in John Palmer's chart. He has really, it's plain as day. Even I understand that stupid thing, and it has numbers and math, but it's all right there, plain as day.
A pencil,
yeah. So even I can do it. So when you're talking about standard beers, look through the BJCP style guidelines for the particular beer that you're doing. Figure out the volumes of CO2 that they recommend versus what you want in your beer. And then just follow the chart in How to Brew or Brewing Classic Style. So that's the standard answer for most beer.
Even easier than that is to punch it into Beersmith.
Does it do it there too?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Now I can just do my quick Beersmith thing, too. Beersmith.com, you get a free 21-day trial of the software, and you can do all of your carbonation CO2 volumes when you go there. It's a pretty sweet program. I now use it, which is probably not a good endorsement. I have no idea why he wants me to personally endorse Beersmith. I do know that Brad over there at Beersmith is a very nice man, and for some reason wants me to talk about this product. He really should be having Chad do it, who's the better brewer here. But it does make life easier. It's a rad program, and you can get your volumes of CO2 from that. Just go to beersmith.com, get your free, don't take my word for it, just get your free 21-day trial version, and I think you'll be more than satisfied at the software. And I think he's about to do a big update, too.
I heard something about that.
Yeah, I think I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and it sounds to me like there's a whole rad overhaul of the whole. He's a programmer. The guy.
It's very much a live product.
Yeah. And so there's not really another one that's still a live product out there, is there? Right. So check it out. Okay, so that's the answer for your kind of general volumes of CO2. But with sour beer bottling, it can be a little different, and I think it's also kind of a rare beer. We talked in the beginning of the show about how some of the straight lambics are completely flat.
Right.
But that we prefer a little bit of effervescence in there.
Yeah, and I think that the sour beer spectrum hits the full range. I think your fruit beers tend to be a mid grade of carbonation, maybe a little bit higher than normal, but doesn't really actually affect the product to be even on the lower side of standard carbonation. And bringing some of those flavors out. Sometimes you get a little too much with the fruit beers, and it gets a little bitter. Had some bitterness to it. But then you go all the way to a goose, which is a highly carbonated product, which they used to call it's a Belgian champagne almost. It's so effervescent,
right? Really sparkly, and nice.
Sparkly, and has that sharpness that really adds to the sourness of it.
Also, I think I say this every time goose comes up. It's supposed to be drank by the glass, like a big-ass glass of sparkly goose. If you're a Belgian and you get one of these little fancy sissy glasses that we use for goose. Now, we use it because it's real expensive over here. But in Belgium, they pour you a nice big pint of goose. It's a water glass.
Yeah, they're almost like the Sarsai shaker glasses. They're nice big glasses of it.
Man, do I wish I lived there sometime just to go get a nice big-ass glass of sparkly goose.
That sounds great.
But that's a good point. So what do you... Now, are we using priming sugar with these type of beers, or are you just letting the yeast do its work and capping it off?
Well, I personally have used in the past priming sugar. I think it's a safer way to go, and it's a better way to go. You can cap it off as well, or it just depends on how traditional you want your beer to be when you're done with it. The traditional way is to add young lambic to old lambic to produce goose, which produces carbonation.
Okay, I see. I've talked to the guys about that, too. And now, have you done that?
I have done that, and it didn't go well.
So it's inconsistent, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. And I think that, you look at Cantillon, they've been doing it for 100-plus years. It takes a while to figure out how to get that carbonation right when you're doing something with that variable a product.
Okay. So did you learn anything other than you don't want to do it, Brad? Like, did you learn from trying that blend?
Yeah, I did. I learned that, to work a little bit harder in the first place to find out how much you need. I think part of my problem was I was short. The second problem probably is that I didn't keep the bottles warm enough in aging.
Okay.
And the third problem is these beers, when you're brewing these sour beers and you're bottle conditioning them, is they take a long time to carbonate.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to Vinny about this, and their beers sit on the shelf for a while before they send them out because it takes a long time to carbonate.
They don't send them out until they are carbonated, right?
Yeah, right. And he'll sit there and pop them and make
Yeah.
sure that they're carbonated and go through all that before they send them out.
Right.
In Cantillon, I think I've heard that they sit for up to 6 months before they're sent out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's a whole it's a cool thing about the Cantillon tour that you do get to see their cellaring process. And they literally just stack they're not even on pallets or anything. They just stack perfectly in these cubby holes, like this basement style cubby hole thing. And then anyway, you can see on each pile of bottles, stack of piles, has a sign on it and with several notes of exactly how long it's been there. And you start to wonder how I do the same thing with Vinny. You start to wonder how they're still in business. Because some of those bottles have been sitting there for 2 years before they're ready to go.
Yeah, I have the first batch I ever did still in a bottle, and I added it. I had one recently. I have one bottle left, and it has ever so slight carbonation. And it's been, 3 years that's been in the bottle, and it's just now starting to get a slight bit of carbonation to it.
Wow.
But
3 years.
3 years.
So that was a blend.
Yes.
So no priming sugar added. You're just using a 1 year and a 3 year together.
It was a 1 year. It was actually it was more like a 6 month than a 2 year.
Okay.
And I just wanted to try and do it one time as traditional as possible. But in the end, I'd rather have a quality product rather than spend 2 years on something and not be able to drink it. It's unfortunate that I kind of gave up. I kind of feel bad about myself sometimes about it, but then I'll have something out of the kegerator and taste it a lot better.
So you've moved on to forced carbonating.
Yes.
And, I think that there's a lot to be said for that for homebrewers, just for the reason that you're saying. Right. I mean, why wait the 3 years and then go,
well, and it's not like you're spending, 2 weeks or 4 weeks on a beer. You're spending a couple of years.
Yeah. So it's really a high level of disappointment, I can imagine, if it's not where you want it.
Although I have to say, the beer that I made, I didn't care for it until I had that last like I said, I've got one left. The one before this one, I actually kind of liked it, and I really enjoyed it. So it was nice for that. But
for the age.
Yeah.
So I think something that's important to mention, there's a lot of you listeners that know a lot more about this than me, but some of you who are new brewers is, the reason that Brad is not adding priming sugar to these types of blends, or even these very old beers why they are still carbonating after 3 years is the particular yeast that's doing the work.
Yeah, the Brettanomyces yeast, and even the bacteria will continue to work in the bottles. And now the bacteria produces a lot less CO2 output than the Brettanomyces, but Brettanomyces also even produces less CO2, I think, is what Nate said, than the Saccharomyces yeast.
Okay. But the point is that compared to regular brewer's yeast, it does keep working on sugars that regular brewer's yeast would never work on, that you have to add priming sugar to those other beers. You don't with these because they'll just keep going.
You don't have to, but there's not enough in the lambic itself as it's completed to. You have to add something to it, and that's why you're adding the young beer that has a little bit higher specific gravity or finishing gravity than the finished, older beer, and that's where that's essentially it's a different version of krausening. You're adding young lambic to old lambic to krausen the beer and create that carbonation.
I see. Now, would you ever add an additional sugar? If you didn't want to do a blend, would you end up with a bottle bomb if you put sugar in any of these?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
You just have to pay attention to how much you're adding. You really need to... I kind of look at it as you're doing a small fermentation in the bottle. Now, when you calculate it out how much sugar you need normally... 4 ounces of corn sugar to get 2.5 volumes of CO2.
Yeah.
You need to hit those same gravity numbers going into the bottle with your sugar. You maybe wouldn't add, as much sugar.
Okay.
A smaller amount. It depends on what your gravities are of the two beers that you're blending or even the straight lambic that you're putting into the bottle.
Can you find these either on the chart or on Beersmith? Can you do this kind of math, or is this like a trial and error?
I would think you can do it, and you can calculate it in Beersmith.
Okay.
Because what I've looked at for me to calculate it, I kind of looked at it and said, well, if I put 4 ounces of sugar into into a gallon of water, that's a certain specific gravity.
Yeah.
And so what I'm doing is I'm doing the same thing with that beer. I'm saying, okay, well, this is a gallon of this beer that matches the specific gravity of what I would be making with the priming solution.
Okay.
And if my beer isn't strong enough or is fermented down too far, then you could add sugar to reach that specific gravity.
I see. Okay. Have you added sugar to any of yours?
Yes.
You have done it. Yeah.
And it didn't go well either, but it went better.
Okay.
It went better.
Well, and it is a learning process either way, right? I mean, all of this homebrewing stuff is, but it's interesting to hear you say, look, I did it right, but I still had to learn.
Right. And I think even some of those concerns are questions that were sent in to you about yeast.
Yeah.
And the viability of the yeast, and it goes back to that thinking about it as a mini fermentation in the bottle. If your yeast isn't healthy, even whether it's Brettanomyces or Saccharomyces or some of these other bacterias, that if it's not healthy in the bottle, it's not going to produce CO2 like you need it to.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. So let's talk about some of that. Questions that came through specifically was how to compensate for very flat sour beers that have been sitting around. They've been in our carboy for 2 years already, and now we want to bottle them and have them have a little bit of carbonation in it. How do we compensate for that?
Well, I think you're going to definitely need to add fresh yeast.
Okay.
You could choose. I've done both, and I can't say there was a lot of difference, but I've done champagne yeast and I've done brewer's yeast. The key to me is to have a healthy yeast when it goes in, because you're really putting it in tough conditions to start with.
Okay. See, and that's, I think, it's hard to know, especially for new brewers, but even us, Chad, we've had these old beers sitting around for a while. I guess if you've taken care of it the whole way through, if you did your yeast starter, if you took care of that beer the way you should have, you can assume you have healthy yeast. Is that what you're doing?
Well, no, I think in this case you're going to have to add yeast back.
You just no matter what.
No matter what,
Okay.
and that at 2 years, that's another thing with them adding the fresh wort or the young lambic. The young lambic obviously has healthier, 6 month to a year old yeast and bacteria versus the 2 to 3 year old yeast that's been sitting in your carboy dropping out. That has almost no yeast in it.
Okay.
Well, it seems like a big portion of the unknown here is what you have, right?
Right.
Now, the big guys, I think they can analyze the fermentability of what's in there already, and each of even if they're blending,
right,
they know exactly what they've got. We don't necessarily know that. We don't have the lab.
Right. You don't have the lab. You can't see what yeast or bacteria are in there. You can measure your sugar content,
right,
but that's about it.
So the only way we can operate it is to go to make sure that we're completely fermented out, and whatever we do, that way what we're adding is what we're getting.
Right. Okay. Right. And I think if I were to do it again, what I would do is I would be taking gravities, and I might stop my young lambic at a specific gravity, so that there's crash chill it to get some of the other, and so that when you blend them together, you have a 10-14 beer, and you have a 10-0, your lambic is 10-04, 10-06 in that range.
Okay.
So you know how much sugar is from that is going in.
Okay.
And I might add, you might want to take a sample of that and then let that ferment out elsewhere.
Correct.
And then you'll know the real delta.
And then you also have to take into account how fermentable what's left is.
Yeah.
You might have 10-14, but it's really only fermentable down to
12 or something. Yeah, right. Or is it 6? You need to know the difference.
And you could do a forced fermentation.
Yeah,
They've talked about that on air before to get that.
Okay. All right, let's do a quick side conversation. We've got Jesse from Triple Rock on the line that we can talk to about our everyone's favorite fest here, and what we're talking about now is the Sour Fest. Jesse, what's happening, brother?
Hey, what's happening? How you guys doing?
We're doing all right. It's nice to talk to you down there. You at Celebrator?
Yeah, we're here partying, having a great time. It's a really good party.
What's Triple Rock pouring down there tonight?
We've run through a couple different beers. Sorry, I'm smoking cigarettes outside right now.
You're all right.
Bear with me here. So we've had 4 beers. We started with the barrel-aged porter, our English porter that's been 1.5 years in a bourbon barrel that we got locally.
Great.
We had the IMAX, our Imperial IPA, on for a little bit. Both of those, we had those on early, so both of them kicked pretty early. And
Man,
then
everything's
we
kicking.
What's that now?
The brewers we've talked to has been talking about their beers kicking already. You guys must be crowded down there.
Yeah, I saw Vinny take off. I saw him push his whole cart out already.
Where's he going?
Actually, Vinny just wanted to get the fuck out of there.
You know, I think that's exactly the case, of course, but I don't know. We'll see. Right now we've got our IPACs, our single IPA on, and Titanium Art Strong Ale on.
Okay. Now, at the beginning of the show, Jesse, we mentioned, one of the only events I've been to this SF Beer Week, I was kind of hiding out like a sissy, was your Sour Fest, and it just went. I thought it was great. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Those are kind words. It was a really good event. It was a great event. I mean, we partnered up with Jupiter. We had they're just a block and a half away, and we had amazing beers. I mean, we had unbelievable beers. I mean, really the kind of beers you can only try, once a year, once every couple years or so. We got a whole ton of beers shipped in. We got a lot of local breweries put together their sour programs and rack off little kegs for us. But yeah, it was a great event. I mean, I think that it's the amalgam of all these different beers is something that shouldn't be missed. I mean, is that what you're hiding out for? You picked a good one.
Yeah, I didn't need to go to anything after that. Let me tell you, I was at Triple Rock for a while, and then I went over to Jupiter for the other half of the beers, and I had a flight of Rodenbach Grand Cru.
Oh, yeah,
you guys had like 5 different years of the Grand Cru there.
Yeah.
And I just thought, I can't get this anywhere. This is amazing.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can't get it anywhere else. And it's great. It's a great venue. It was a nice day, thank God. If we were to have rain, it would have been a whole different scenario. But, we had a nice day out. And
do you know?
It was great. It was fantastic.
Do you know approximately how many beers between the two places were being poured?
It was somewhere in the neighborhood of 105.
That's what I thought. I would have guessed somewhere over 100 like that, too. How impressive is that?
110.
I mean, we go to a beer festival, and if we see 30 breweries there pouring 2 beers each, we're stoked, right? So to go and have 105, like sour and barrel, oh, man. That's well done, Jesse. Wow.
Thanks, man. Thanks. It was really, we've been doing it for the last 3 years, and we keep getting better every year with it. You know what I mean? People from all over the place. We had, Midnight Sun, God bless them, sent us, stuff on a plane.
Wow.
We had people from all over the place sending us their stuff. The cool thing is that everybody wants to kind of showcase their barrel age program at our event.
Right.
And at this point, everybody's got really, really impressive barrel age programs going.
Well, I have to give some props to, I think it's the power of Roger Davis. He's a big fat asshole, but we all really love him, and so do brewers. And so that guy calls you up and asks for beer, and you don't say no to Roger. You just go, whatever you need, man.
Absolutely a big fat asshole.
Right.
God bless Roger Davis. God bless that asshole.
He's great.
Yeah, man, that's the thing. Is like you don't say no to Roger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Roger calls you up and wants to know what you've got going. You bring it, and it happens.
No, he's just such a good dude that way. All right.
Yeah, he is. If you see him tonight, you tell him that I need to talk to him. And I got a Charlie horse waiting for him.
All right. The most important question I have for you is how drunk is my producer right now? Is he all fucked up down there or what?
Right this second, he's smiling. I don't know what that means. I think it means he's having a good time.
Okay.
And you guys can take that any way you want.
All right. Thanks, Jesse. It's good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, totally. Thanks a lot, man.
Later.
Word.
How you doing, Moscow?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging in there, trying not to, besmirch the BN's good name.
I think you're doing a good job. Jesse's a nice dude down there at Triple Rock. If you ever go down, I think he's one of the GMs right there, or is he the GM?
He is.
At Triple Rock. Real nice kid. Go check him out. If Roger's not there to bug, then you can go bug Jesse, and you'll have a good time. All right, give me somebody else in 15 minutes, will you?
Okay, I will. I got Jay right in front of me. Jay Brooks. You want him now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, here he is.
All right.
Never heard of him.
Right.
Who is that asshole? Oh, well, can I say that on the radio?
Yeah.
We're not live, though, right?
No, we're live, but it's internet radio, Jay. You're okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, okay. I can say that? Can
Yeah.
I say
Say
other
whatever
things?
the fuck you want.
It's not real radio, man. No one's listening.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. It wasn't real.
I hear that it's packed to the hilt down there.
Yeah, we definitely sold out. We sold more pre-sale tickets than any previous Celebrator event, so that was kind of fun for Tom.
No, that's great. So,
Yeah.
what I want to hear from you, Jay, you're heavily involved in SF Beer Week every year. You do a lot for it. This is our third year of SF Beer Week, I think. And
Correct. Yeah.
Why don't you give me your overall impression of how it went?
So far, from what I'm hearing from the field, as it were, is every event I've heard from had really good attendance this year, which is awesome to see. So it sounds like it was a success across the board. Now we'll start hearing things filter in, over time.
Sure.
See how it really was. But so far, the initial impression seems to be very positive. A couple of hiccups here and there, but nothing that I don't think can be fixed or nothing to worry about too much.
Now, one of the complaints I had last year, and I heard it a lot. I'm sure you did too. And I didn't really hear it this year. Last year, I heard there was just too many events going on in too many places all at the same time. And I feel like this time they really, I don't know if we just parsed it out or what happened, but I feel like it was more manageable this year.
Well, I certainly didn't hear that complaint this year, and I do recall it last year as well. And oddly enough, we had nearly 100 more events this year than we did last year.
Really?
The final tally came in somewhere around 320, and last year we had about 225. So we definitely had more events. I think we had less bigger sit-down events. It seems like we had a few less beer dinners this year, but more sort of beer and food pairings that you could do at any time, where you didn't have to be seated at a specific time for several hours, but you could stop by really any day of the week and try different things that were specifically paired, dishes that were specifically paired with a specific beer. And so maybe people learned that from last year, from last year's experiences, and this year sort of structured the events a little bit differently, because we definitely had a lot more restaurants that stepped up and did not one event, but did the event every day of the week, had a special menu.
Got it. Well, that makes a lot of sense, and I think that's a better way to do things, because we all get to, we want to go to them, we just can't, there's not that many hours in a day. So.
Well, I suppose that's true.
You're breaking the curve there, Jay.
I think what I'm really saying is there's not enough liver in my body, is actually what I mean.
Well, there's that, yeah. Well, you have to do exercises. You have to exercise your liver.
Well, I pushed out this year, I'm going to be honest, Jay. I went to maybe 3 events. That's it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're admitting that on on the air?
I am, but let me tell you why. And come on, if you're honest with me, you're going to agree. And that is, in the Bay Area, it's like SF Beer Year. Like, we have great events going on all the time. I don't need to cram them into 7 days.
10 days.
Yeah. You guys in your stupid 10-day week, but you know.
Well, we've declared that's a Brewers Week. Like a baker's dozen, a Brewers Week is 10 days.
That kind of makes sense, actually. I'll buy that.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, on average, Jay, how many events did you hit per day?
Right.
Daily.
I hit about 3 per day.
Oh my God, Jay! You are a seasoned veteran.
That's why I was giving you such a hard time. Now, I did take one day off in the middle of the week. I took off Tuesday and did some work.
Okay.
From home, but I still managed to hit about an average of 3.
See, it's not just that he's a seasoned veteran. It's that Jay actually has discipline. If I go out to one event, I'm drunk as a skunk. It just never.
You have to be a professional. You have to pace yourself.
All right,
it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I guess Jay needs to give an SF Beer Week training course.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
That should be an event.
Work out some sort of exercise regime beforehand.
Day 11.
Yeah, just make a video, Jay, that we can all watch before. Yeah.
There'll be a lot of yoga, some knee bends, certainly some elbow bends.
Yes. Give us a diet that we need to stick to. All of that.
Sure. Yeah. High carb before you go out certainly is a good idea.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Survival guide.
Yeah. Jay Brooks, SF Beer Week Survival Guide,
There you go.
coming to you from the Brewing Network next year.
Get working on that, absolutely.
All right, Jay, thanks for your time. Go enjoy yourself, man.
Absolutely. Will do. Cheers. See you, man.
I love that guy. He's just a
Did
nice
see him at a
guy.
lot of events.
He goes to all of them.
Yeah, wherever I saw him, he was always coming from someplace else.
I don't know how he does it. You know?
Yeah. Well, he knows how to say, I got to go, I guess.
Let me tell you, not that Jay's old, but when I'm Jay's age, I'll be lucky I can get out of a chair. Never mind go to 3 beer events a day.
Yeah, let me tell you, Justin, I think that Jay might have a like a robot that he built to look like himself, because I'm for sure he's been more than one place at once this week.
Yeah, he's at everything all the time. He's a talented drinker is what he is. All right.
All right, I'll be back in 15 or so with a couple more for you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Moscow. Yep. All right. I think Moscow must have stopped drinking after the last phone call, huh?
Oh, they're running out of beer.
He takes us too serious. Yeah, or they're running out of beer, exactly.
He took that reprimand as serious.
He takes us too... I mean, I can yell at Chad for a week. He doesn't listen to anything. He just keeps right on doing. He knows it doesn't mean anything. Moscow hasn't figured out that it doesn't mean anything when I get pissed off.
He needs this gig, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
I think Moscow doesn't realize that he's really not going to get a paycheck.
He still thinks there's one coming, right? He still thinks if I keep doing
in the
this,
mail.
Justin, he's really going to pay me big one day. Well, don't tell him, all right? You guys just keep it a secret. I don't want anyone to know. All right. What else to wrap up this kind of goose and sour beer topic? Is there some more stuff to talk about in there? You now exclusively force carbonate.
Yes.
You do.
Yeah.
And I think it's not the traditional way to go, but it's the better way to go because you get exactly what you want.
Right. I'm more interested in having a enjoyable beer rather than a traditional beer.
Okay.
And I think that, there's so many people producing so many great sour beers right now that are doing them non-traditionally. I mean, Russian River does do a lot of traditional type things, but
right.
they're also turning around some beers in less time than it takes to normally do that. And, you have to take some, proper steps to do it that way. Not saying they're taking shortcuts or anyway, but
sure.
But there are different ways to do things rather than the traditional way that have, traditional ways were learned 150 years ago when they didn't know about yeasts and stuff like that. And now they know and they can get those beers done and to market and stay in business. Whereas, someone like Cantillon, who is considered the greatest sour beer brewery on earth, struggles to stay open.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I think that a brewer like Jean at Cantillon, or even let's take some of the German brewers who are kind of locked into the Reinheitsgebot and different laws, they would tell you that they would do it the way we're doing it over here too if they could. But it's part of their thing. It's part of it's even in some places part of their beer law, like in Germany. But in Belgium, it's just part of their thing.
Right. And I agree. There is the possibility that it produces a better quality beer.
Okay.
However, it also has the ability to produce a less quality beer.
Right. And certainly efficiency doesn't come into play when we're talking about things that are 250, 300 years old and more.
Exactly.
I mean, we're not talking about efficiency. We're just, like you said, we're talking about how it was done then.
Right.
And they're just doing it now.
Right. And they just do it the same way.
All right.
Hey, Brad, I did have a question that comes up a lot. I get asked this a lot. Sugars. Have you played around with different types of sugars when priming?
I haven't, but I was thinking about this when I was on my way in today, and what it really comes down to is you have to think of it as a small fermentation. Mm-hmm. If you hit that gravity of what you're adding as your priming solution, 4 ounces of corn sugar and 16 ounces of water is a 1092. You could take anything. Now, then after that, you get into the question of how much fermentability is. Obviously, honey has less fermentability, malt extract has less fermentability, and you have to take those into account. And some of those you can find in Beersmith, and some you can't.
Yeah,
like apple juice was a question that came up recently, and apple juice is almost 100% fermentable. I mean, you make a cider and you throw some yeast in there, you can get that down below 1. So if you were using that for your priming solution, you definitely want to take that almost as exactly as as you would corn sugar.
Just take the gravity of it.
Right. Just take the gravity of it. Make a pint of it and measure the solution and see if you're where you want. And you could dial in your carbonation up and down with that.
Cool. All right. Kim Wood's on the line with a question. Kim Wood.
Hi, guys.
Hola.
Hi, Weasel.
Hello. Are you getting ready
Hi,
are you getting ready for Sacramento Beer Week?
Oh, yeah. There's a couple events coming up. We might try to make it to one or two.
All right.
More importantly, are you going to knit Weasel an asshat sweater like you did for the biscuit?
Oh, like without sleeves? That might be kind of hot.
Totally without sleeves. It has to have buttons, like a vest. Maybe a vest.
No. I want it to pull it over his head like a one-piece thing like biscuit.
Just like
But it'll
biscuit.
be like a half shirt sweater, sort of, but with no sleeves.
A muscle shirt, half shirt sweater.
It's very Antioch,
Yeah.
really. If you think about it.
Exactly.
Man, that will be
And
lame.
the ass hat pom-poms will be right on his nipples.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's not really why I called, but whatever. No, I really do have a question, though.
All right.
Okay, like about sour Brett beers. I'm wondering, because I'm worried about carboy space a lot of the times. If you have your carboys just, sitting off and, you're aging your beers and everything, I'm wondering, can you bottle a beer like that's had a pellicle for 3 months or something like that? Can you cork and cage it, a sour beer that's all breaded up or with dregs, and will it still gain the same sort of sour or bready characteristics in the bottle as well as carbonate?
I don't have any experience with it, but I would say probably it's possible. I know I've noticed in that one beer I was talking about earlier, the first one I made, it did increase in sourness over time. But I wouldn't expect it to gain a lot. And I've noticed that, if you taste your sour beer wort over time as it goes, it definitely goes from like, God, this has been in here for 6 months and it hardly tastes sour to, a year later you're like, wow, this is great, And I just don't know that in the bottle it has the right conditions for that. Okay. It might gain a little sourness, but I don't know that it would gain a lot of sourness.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Kim, were you talking? Did you have a question? I wasn't listening.
Shut your face.
Didn't you brew today?
I did.
What did you brew today?
I brewed a Flanders Brown.
Oh, so you're going sour today?
Yeah, that's right, baby. Well, not yet. In about a week, I'll put the bugs in there. But yeah, the dude at the homebrew store gave me a free packet of Rose Lair, so I'm like, might as well do it. So
what do you do with a Flanders Brown? Do you ferment with a regular yeast, like a clean yeast first, and then you add the Rose Lair later?
Yeah, and secondary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What kind of yeast do you use first?
Just like 01.
Okay.
Or you can use Cephale 05.
Okay.
So I don't know. So we'll see. I'll let you know how it is in like 12 to 18 months.
It's not going to be ready in like a week or so when I'm up there?
No. Well, you can try it, sure.
I'll try it.
You don't know the difference.
I won't know the difference.
You'll love it.
And I'm willing to try anything. I don't give a shit.
Just put a little lactic acid in for him. He'll never know.
Yeah, I'll be like, wow,
right.
Kim, you're great.
Yeah. All right. Okay, well, that's all. You guys go and eat one.
Thanks, Kim Wood.
Okay, bye.
All right. Yeah, Kim Wood is going to teach my girlfriend how to brew in a week or two.
Is that code for...
You bet your ass it is. Yeah, I'm going to film the whole thing.
She'd be a brewing machine.
Yeah.
I see a Queen of Beers entry beating that certificate that you have.
Dude, it's not even a lofty goal anymore, is it? I'm so easy to... Bevo could brew a beer right now and beat my, any other Bevo. I don't need you to agree with them or me, Bevo. Let's go back to work. Answer the phones. All right.
Jeez.
Anything else on the carbonation side of these Brett beers? And is there? You did mention a Brett difference. Go ahead.
I was just going to go back and just one question you asked me earlier was that when if you're saving your Belgian bottles, you need to be careful because the Belgian glass bottles have a different cap size. It's a 29 millimeter cap versus I think the U.S. size is 27 or 23. Your little red capper that you normally have, actually you can pull the plate out and flip them around.
Oh,
for different size necks, but then you also need to get a different bell to screw into it, and that will actually make it so that you can cap those Belgian beer bottles.
Okay.
Unless you decide to cork and cage them, which sounds like a pain in the ass to me.
It does sound like a pain in the ass.
So you say you're force carbonating your Belgians now?
Yes.
Your sour beers?
Yes.
How are you getting that into the bottle, being so highly carbonated?
Not very well.
I see.
I'm doing some of the similar things that you do.
Oh, the still pour?
You chill the bottle down.
Right.
You get the beer as cold as you can.
Right.
You pour, and then you cap as fast as you can.
Cool.
All right. I got Luke from Colorado on the line, and he's got a question about sanitation. Luke, what's happening?
No, not a lot. How's it going, guys?
It's going all right. Nice to talk to you. What's your question?
Right on. Well, I'd like to try Brettanomyces in some of the beers that I'm doing, but I'm getting mixed results as far as sanitation goes. Homebrew Shop says I'm good to go. PBW, Star San, normal cooking supply. I can reuse these carboys and kegs. I've heard from other brewers, Vinny, they're saying they mark their shit in red. So, any experience on this?
Soft parts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Stainless, glass, you're good. Gaskets, airlocks, replace them or dedicate them just to those Brett.
I keep my fermenters, the glass ones I'll reuse. Plastic I won't. For kegs, actually, I do keep separate kegs, but I think it just more works out that way. But if I were to change over, I would definitely replace any of this, like Chad says, soft parts, gaskets, and stuff like that. I actually, in my freezer fermenter, I have a barrel that has lambic in it, ferment right next to my regular beers, and don't have a problem.
Chad has a set of sour beer equipment, a set of Justin equipment, and then a set of regular equipment.
This is true.
Yeah.
Sabotage,
right, two of which
sour,
are infected.
Exactly. Yeah. You go ahead and guess which two.
And did I hear you using buckets for fermenting these sour beers?
I have in the past, yeah. And actually what I like to do is I like to score the inside of them so you can't clean them.
Oh.
So it harbors bacteria.
I see.
Are you kidding?
No. Not at all.
If you think about it,
it's just like a barrel. It's a porous surface, and you've got scratches in it, and the Belgian breweries, the sour breweries, they clean their barrels pretty well when they reuse them, and they're not actually adding any yeast other than from the air, and truly their yeast that they're fermenting and souring their beers with don't come from the air. They come from the walls. When they're in the cool ship, it steams and drips down off the walls into the beer, and then it goes into the barrel, and it's in the barrel, and it's really just ingrained in the wood. And they recooper these barrels over and over and over again because what really makes their beer great is the bacterial balance that's in those barrels, and so by scoring these plastic buckets, I'll still clean and sanitize them, but the bacteria is in these scratches. That's in these. I take a screwdriver and just some deep gouges.
Oh, you do? You make some deep ones in there.
Yeah,
it's a good point. Let me tell you, I've seen the barrel cleaning process at Cantillon. It's fucking medieval. It's like a device that's a chain that beats the crap out of the inside of it, and then they hot steam it. That's their sanitation, is the hot steam.
And hot steam is like one of the best sanitizers you can do. Wet, like Chad mentioned earlier, there's dry heat, but wet heat is even better.
Yeah, it's pretty, like I said, it's medieval watching that process.
But don't be afraid of Brett, man. You can kill it. But also dedicate those soft parts. So just dedicate the soft parts.
Stainless, good to go. Soft parts, buy new.
Yep.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks a lot. Right on.
Thanks, Luke. Have a good one, brother.
All right, you too.
All right.
Now, he said buy new, but go ahead and dedicate just a set.
Yeah, you can reuse them.
You don't have to buy new. Just set them aside, put right on the bucket that all that shit goes into, right? Yep. And you're fine.
That's what Vinny does. I think he has a whole separate hoses.
I have separate hoses, a separate, racking cane,
separate gaskets,
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Separate gaskets.
All right, let me get in a couple last questions that came through just kind of randomly about the whole bottling process, and I think that will cover the topic for us for today. One of them was the bottle caps that are what are they, like oxygen
absorbing
oxygen absorbing caps
Oxy
versus
caps, yeah.
regular caps. Experience with those? Are you all now using oxy absorbing caps, oxy caps?
If the store has them, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I buy, just because that's, gives me the extra advantage. I don't think I've ever had a problem with like oxygen in bottled beer, but certainly if I did, I'd certainly be looking at those. Yeah,
I can't even prove they've helped me, but why not take the chance?
But you use them, right?
Now, there's something about them where they're active and deactivated if you use them a certain way, like with a sanitizer. How does that? I don't know. I've heard.
My understanding is if you have to get them wet to activate them.
Right.
So if you get them wet with sanitizer, they're going to start absorbing oxygen from the air. I've never read anything about are they going to absorb too much oxygen before you get them on the bottle? It makes sense that you're waving them through an oxygen-rich environment in the air.
But it also makes sense that you would have to sanitize them first, doesn't it?
No. You put them on, and then you just flip the bottle over, and then the beer inside wets it and gets it going. So my understanding is that you wouldn't want to sanitize them.
A lot of people, literature says to sanitize the caps. I treat them like like they're a food product that I bought at the store, that they treat them, and I know from talking to More Beer they do, they package those like they're a food product.
Right. So
I don't really have to sanitize them. And, as we talk about, sanitizing the bottles and all this, really, beer is sort of, and with alcohol in it, it's not like that vulnerable, really.
And it's got a low pH, and it kills a lot of that bacteria.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe place, really. And so I I basically activate my caps by capping on foam, right? I make sure there's a foam over the top, not just near the top, but it's maybe rolling out of there. I cap on that, and that's what I think oxygen, starts my caps working.
And I think the surface area, you compare, you don't want to not sanitize your bottles because you think beer is great and it's going to kill everything, but because the surface area of your bottle is huge compared to the surface area that the cap is contacting. Yeah. And like Tasty said, I don't take them out of the bag until I'm going to use them.
Yeah.
Even if I've got extra ones, I leave the bag, I cut a small hole and just take them out one at a time.
If I touch the inside, I throw that one away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Does seem a little counterintuitive. You're sanitizing everything else except for this one piece, but I get the point.
Whether you choose to fight bacteria, fight oxidation. And if you did your job right in the first place, you should be able to fight that very, very minute amount of bacteria or wild yeast.
But Tasty brings up a good point. That inch or two of O2 in between the cap and the beer is the biggest problem any brewer will face getting it in a bottle.
It's got to be there if it's anywhere. Yeah.
Capping on foam is
more important than having oxygen absorbing caps.
Oh yeah, and that's something that we have to drive that in. If I pour fill a bottle for beer and there's not foam, that's a fail. That's similar as it's only half full, it's half foam. That's another fail. So I'll shake the bottle, or next bottle I'll just pour faster. To get it to foam up more and stuff.
You give them a little tap on the side, too.
Or you can knock them on the side. Right.
All right, I have another report from a different beer week. Beer Punk is calling in. Apparently, it's also Arizona Beer Week, and he wants to give us his roving report. Beer Punk, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Nice to talk to you. Is it AZ Beer Week right now?
That is correct. Today is the second day of the first annual Arizona Beer Week.
See, everybody.
Is it 10 days, though?
Is yours 10 days?
Ours is 7 days.
See, I got to say, I agree with Arizona that a week is a fucking week.
They know how to keep time. They know a week, too. Yeah.
But I do like that everybody in the world has a beer week now. Like, we have SF Beer Week, and then what is it? 55 minutes to the north of us now is Sacramento Beer Week
I'm looking forward to it.
And I'm just going, come on. I've said this before. Like, I got to have Pacheco Beer Week next time, which is going to be half a day, by the way. That'll be my beer week. It'll be half a day at the California Grand. Well, tell us about Arizona Beer Week, Beer Punk.
Okay, well, we finally started getting out of the craft beer scene. I've been living in Arizona for about 2 years now, and this is like I said, the first annual Arizona Beer Week. And we just today actually had our first American Homebrewers Association rally in Arizona.
Nice.
We had
Highland,
it at the Santan Brewery.
Oh, Santan, that's right.
Where's that at? Where in Arizona are we talking? Where at?
It's Chandler, Arizona, a little bit south of Phoenix.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so they had, I'd say probably, it seemed to me about 75 people that had name tags that were here for just the AHA rally. And they had a brewery tour, and they had beer specials and stuff like that. But earlier today, I went to a little beer and breakfast pairing they had at the Whole Foods that they also had in Chandler. They had one of the distributors had a guy there that they had probably about seven or eight different breakfasts you could choose from, and each one was paired with a different beer. The one I had was a French toast and the Rochefort 8, which was very tasty.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Good combination on my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds great. What else? What else is going on?
Tasty.
So, what do you have any plans for the rest of the week, or what?
Oh, at Whole Foods they have different beer tastings from probably about 6 or 7 different breweries from the state of Arizona. They're going to have each one of those come on a different day, and they have around the whole state they have 150 different events. Yesterday was the kickoff with the Arizona Strong Beer Festival, which unfortunately I didn't get to go to, but I hear it was quite spectacular. Unfortunately, the weather was a little shitty. They had a little bit of rain, but they said the 200 and plus beers they had there that were all 8% plus, I believe, kind of made up for the crummy weather.
Sure.
You know what I like about Arizona Beer Week? There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do in Arizona. I mean, I've been there.
Yeah.
I lived there for a little while. You gotta. It should be SF Beer Week every day in Arizona Beer Week every day in Arizona.
Well, I'm originally from Oregon, so we have Oregon Beer Month in July. So this is kind of a welcome change for the Arizona beer scene.
Right.
Up until now, this is the first actual conglomerative beer event that I've seen in the entire state. And the Santan Brewery actually just last year got their own canning line, and they got about 6 different beers of theirs that they put on a canning distribution.
Sounds great. Well, congratulations. I'm glad to hear that the beer scene's growing up. And now this is an example that I won't complain about. With everyone having a new SF Beer Week, or a new beer week, I think Arizona deserves to have one. It sounds like a good idea to me to help elevate beer in a place that doesn't get a showcase all the time, right?
Yeah, well, especially down here, the beer scene is pretty much going to your local bar and drinking one of the big threes. That's about it. But down here, we're finally starting to pick up a little bit, and
right,
especially getting the canning scene in and getting some of the smaller breweries. We just had one that opened last year that's finally getting a statewide distribution. As far as like Bevmo and some of the other big package stores around here, so things are definitely starting to pick up.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I always considered it land of the 30-pack, and I was guilty of the same thing. Is why I'm allowed to say that. I could get a 30-pack for like $11 back in the day in Arizona, and I got my fair share of 30-packs. So
yeah, I hear you.
Well, good job. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for the report, and keep us up to date, man.
Yeah, well, on a side note, when I went to the brewery tour, I actually sported my BN gear, so bringing it strong down here in Arizona.
Beautiful. Nice. That's what we like to hear, Beer Punk. Thanks, man.
Word, take her easy.
All right, you too. I do like to hear that, I'll be honest.
That's cool.
I do complain about everyone having a beer week, but that's right where you need it. You know who needs a beer week? Is Connecticut.
That'd be great.
I mean, Connecticut is just starting to figure this whole thing out, right? And it's mostly the home brewers out there that are figuring it out.
Some great brew pubs, they're doing it.
I might even attend a Connecticut Beer Week. And you know why? Because I know that it'd only be like 5 events.
Let's start. Let's do it.
So
It'd be doable.
I could probably handle it.
But you'd still only go to one.
I'd still only go to one. And the rest of the time I'd be asleep at my dad's house. That's how Connecticut Beer Week would go for me. All right, let's take a quick break. I've got one more question to cover on bottling, and then I think Moscow's letting me know that we got a bunch of interviews coming up. We'll wrap up our Celebrator, and we'll get ourselves out of here pretty quick. So hang in there. It's the session. We'll wrap up bottling. If you've got more questions about it, just hit the chat now button, and Bevo's in there. She'll send them our way. You can watch all this on justin.tv/brewing network, and hang in there. It's the session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Downtown Joe's, located in the historic Oberon building in beautiful downtown Napa, California, offers an award-winning brew pub experience from 8:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. For 15 years at the corner of 2nd and Main, Downtown Joe's has been voted Best Night Spot 7 times and Best Brew Pub for the last 4 years in a row. Brewmaster Colin Kaminsky's handcrafted ales, like his Tailwagon Amber Ale and Double Secret Probation IPA, are the perfect accent to riverside dining, live music, and a relaxing outdoor patio. Don't miss the Beer of the Month, special rotating taps, and the BN Army Member Special. Wear your BN gear, get 10% off your beer. Visit downtownjoes.com to make reservations, peruse their extensive calendar of events, or just read more about their fantastic beers. Come enjoy the fine beer, food, and music. Downtown Joe's, the award-winning brew pub where you'll feel at home.
Whether I'm making me dry stout or rebuilding me kegs, I head to the heart of dear Dublin for me homebrewing supplies.
You head all the way back to Emerald Isle just for a wee batch of grain or a bit of keg tubing?
No, you moronic waste of liver. Dublin, California. I go to HopTech.
For 30 years, HopTech in Dublin, California has been supplying homebrewers with malt extract, fresh grains, hops, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts, and much more. HopTech is one of the first homebrew supply shops on the internet and is proud to offer award-winning beer kits, both online and in their store.
Mention the BN Army for a 10% discount off your order.
The store is open every day except Wednesday, or shop online at hoptech.com anytime. HopTech is run by passionate, award-winning brewers who live, love, and travel for beer and bring their experience to the store for you.
If you don't want to visit Dublin, just call toll-free 800-DRY-HOPS or go to hoptech.com.
Visit HopTech today in Dublin, California, and at hoptech.com. When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Writing a review of WLP 400.
What? You're reviewing yeast?
Yeah.
White Labs has home brewer reviews of all their strains. Are you new to these interwebs? Check it out.
That's awesome.
White Labs, your source for great yeast, invites all brewers to visit whitelabs.com to read and write your own reviews of all their yeast strains. Get real-world tips and tricks from other brewers who have made the most of their vials and post your own experiences. It's another way White Labs brings you closer to the best yeast on the planet.
And send. There you go.
You misspelled flocculate, dude.
What?
White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Since 1921, Muntons has been a provider of quality malted grain and extract.
What did he just say?
That's 90 years of locally sourced grain for home brewers and professional brewers alike. All farmed within 50 miles of our malt houses.
What? I can't understand what this is. The last part.
Whole and crushed malts, including wheat and peated malt, liquid extract, hopped and unhopped, as well as dried malt extract. Everything from beginner home brewer kits to all the ingredients an advanced home brewer needs.
Something about trains? What language does this guy speak? He's from Austria.
Muntons is proudly serving brewers in 54 countries and honoured to be a leader in malting.
Can you understand this guy? No. That's a really weird language.
Ask for Muntons malt and malt extract at your local home brew shop.
Muntons, for brewing, distilling, and baking. Quality malted grain and extract for 90 years. Make your malt Muntons.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Keeping the ass out of Brewcast.
This is The Brewing Network.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking around with us. Got a couple things left to do, and then we're going to head on out of here. I think I have Moscow on the line with Sully, even. What's happening over there?
Yes, I do. I don't know how coherent he'll be for the interview, but he can. We'll see what we'll see how he does.
All right, drunk Sully.
Hey now.
Sully, what's going on, man?
Dude, I have to tell you right now, I am so excited that this week is over.
Yeah, I was excited on Monday.
The culmination here at Schumer with the Celebrator Party, which has always been traditionally the end of SF Beer Week,
right,
is coming to a close right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Good.
The people are filing out of the warehouse, and seriously, done and done.
How many events did you go to this week?
Is this Justin Crosley I'm talking to right now?
That's right. That's correct.
I went to probably 10 events.
Wow.
And I had a personal driver for all of them.
Nice.
But really, the culminating experience for me was yesterday, spending 5 hours in a conference room working on your TV show, which I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, Sully. Like I mentioned at the beginning, Sully helped us do the casting all day, so we did spend 5 hours in the and Sully was, he was in surprisingly good shape. I thought he might be used and abused from SF Beer Week, but he was looking all right.
Justin, when the lights go on, the camera goes on, and you say action, baby, I'm there. But so I'll say this to you, is that today at the 21A, which I was hoping you guys would attend, but it's fine, we did the Brewers Sunday Tea, which is an event we've been doing for the last 3 years for SF Beer Week, and it's where Fatted Calf, which is a local charcuterie company, comes out, and they basically park their what we call the weenie wagon, which is a smoker, a grill, and they cook up these beer sausages that they make from the strong beer that we made for the month, and we've got the little beer garden open up, and it's just. That was the start of the day, and now we're at the Celebrator Beer Party, and people are walking out of here right now, dropping their plastic glasses on the ground.
You know,
it's out of control.
If you change the name of your Sunday event to the Weenie Wagon, I think you'd get more people attend.
I think, Justin,
this is a male-dominated sport that we live in here. And it's usually,
Every event is the weenie wagon.
There's a lot of big guys, tasty, that are kind of those people. If we say weenie,
those people.
It's going to be the female draw that we're looking for, really.
Yeah, you make a good point.
So I think the Brewers Sunday Tea is innocuous and allows the opportunity for everybody from both sides to come out of the closet and join us.
So to speak. All right, well, that's fair. Well, thank you, Sully, and it sounds like you guys have been having a great time down there. I wish we could have made the fest ourselves, but let's face it, I pushed out on all
Justin,
week
more to the
events.
point, though, are you having a good time? Have you had a good time?
I have had a good time here and staying at home. I've had a great time staying at home this week.
I want to go to your home right now. I want Kate to feed me.
Yeah.
And I want you to hold me. I'm done with this.
Yeah,
Please.
I don't blame you. This is what I'm saying. This is why I avoided the week, because of the feeling that you have right now.
Well, until next year, folks.
Thanks, Sully.
This is Sully, 563 2nd Street, 2 blocks from AT&T Park. I'm just going to give it back to your, what's your name again, sir, the producer of the show? Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's this week's producer. Nate's here, so here you go.
Thank you, Sully.
I love you all.
And you.
God bless.
All right, I got a couple more for you guys before we wrap it. This is Nate Smith.
Great.
ABN Army.
Nathan Smith, nice to talk to you.
How's it going?
It's going great. How's that Celebrator Beer Fest treating you?
Wonderful as always. One of the best events to cap off SF Beer Week ever.
Any beers to highlight for us?
I'm drinking some Lagunitas Fusion right now, which is a really wonderful beer. Had that also at the Double IPA Fest. It's excellent beer. There's so many good beers here, it's almost even hard to summarize it down to just a few.
How many of the so many good beers have you had, Nathan?
Maybe one or two. You never know.
Right.
Well, who had the longest lines? We heard that Brindleson was having some line envy.
Longest time. There was a nice, huge bottle opened, Russian River 3-liter bottle, or the Belgian beer distributors that we hear opened a giant 3-liter bottle of beer. Nicole jumped up on the table and held out above the crowd, and there was a huge group of people around that. That was a nice photo occasion of, among others.
So, hang on, let me get this right.
Those kind of things drew a line, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, was it the 3-liter bottle or Nicole up on a table that drew the line? That's the question.
Was she, riding this bottle or something? What was she doing?
That's the real question.
I think it was Nicole on the table,
Right. The bottle was just...
they were hoping she would strip afterwards, but...
the bottle was a bonus.
Beer yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, she has to watch what she does now. She's representing all the time. She's a professional.
Exactly, yeah. We're going to send that straight to Ray Daniels. He'll appreciate it.
He probably will, actually. He'll put that up in his office.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All right. How many SF Beer Week events did you make it to, Nate?
I only made it to about 4 or 5. Sadly, I think I'm going to have to take time off work. So homework for those at home thinking about their respective beer weeks in their town, or maybe San Francisco Beer Week if you're local to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Just take time off work. It's the only way you're going to make it to all the stuff that's really important.
Yeah.
Either the day before or the day after, kind of plan your time around that.
Right.
Because there's just way too much cool stuff going on. It's
That's
the only
good
way
advice.
you're going to be able to check out everything.
Good advice. Thank you, Nate Smith.
Yeah, the Sour Beer Fest was one of the highlights, so I'm sure you guys already covered that one. That one's one of the ones
we agree.
Yeah, we love it. I don't know. I'll try never, ever, ever to miss the Sour Beer Festival.
That's a
I
great
think
one.
I'll
Yeah.
I'll drop
listeners
everything.
at home wonder why there's not a show on that Sunday. Well, that's why.
Well, come out to it, and you'll know why. You won't blame us at all for ditching the show for that. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Nate.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I was going to say, once you see a keg of Cantillon Goose on the ground,
Right.
it changes your life.
It does change your life.
It does. Like, what?
It's like the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Moscow, is that it?
That is it. They flashed the lights on and off about 10 minutes ago. And I do, real quick, I need to clear the record. I got called a pussy by about 20 people when I got the vanilla beer from Thirsty Bear in San Francisco.
Really?
So I need you to make sure no one knows how big of a puss I am, okay?
All right, I'll try to do that. And how many
It's
of
very
the
important no one knows.
how many of the beers did you sample tonight?
I probably had 6 or 7 different varieties. I had sours and double IPAs and lagers and hefts and every variety I can think of, a porter, and everything was great. But that vanilla beer, man, good stuff.
That was just something else. And let's face it, Moscow's a lightweight, so you get like 4 or 5 of that 7 beers he had in him, and he's already feeling good.
It's true. And here I am, making a fool of the BN.
You're doing a great job. Thank you for all the live reports, and we can't wait for your SF Beer Week coverage on the website.
Cool. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Thanks, Moscow. Later.
Yeah, I got to personally thank Nate Smith because I'm pretty sure JP called him before he called me.
Oh, yeah, he probably did. Nate's always our go-to when we get put in a bind. We're like, well, let's see what Nate's doing.
Guest canceled, let's call Nate.
Yeah.
Nate's going to Celebrator. Oh, shit, what do we do?
Well, you did great today. I do have one more question for all of you guys, but of course you too, Brad, that came through in the questions today. And that was about, one thing we didn't talk about with bottling is purging the bottles with CO2. And I think we just assumed that's so. A question. So ideally, you can purge each and every one of your bottles with CO2. That's why a lot of people like the counter pressure bottle fillers. I know that Chad likes to use that. Tasty does his wacky
weird shit.
Just fill from the tap method, which seems to work great. But purging the bottles with CO2 is very important. The question that came through specifically was, well, what if you don't have a CO2 system? Can you purge bottles with CO2 from like the mini canisters that you get to, you can pour the small kegs out of that little canister?
Sure. Yeah.
You can?
CO2?
I don't know how you do it, though.
You have a little
hose attached to something?
Just like he does with the Cobra Tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put a little hose on there.
Is there enough? Wouldn't you go through like a canister every 3 bottles?
They're really expensive. Those things.
The economy of scale is terrible on those.
But you're asking if you can do it, yes.
Yeah, you could.
So if you had to do like one 22-ounce bottle to bring to a friend, then yes. But if you had to do a case of beer, it's really not practical, is it?
Right.
Okay.
If you were like entering a competition, and it was a 3-bottle competition, you had 1 beer, yeah, you could do it with that.
Okay.
With those, yeah.
All right. Fair enough. And that's going to cover our bottling topic for today. Quickly, we're going to go through our feedback. At this time, Drunk of the Week callers can call in 888-401-BEER. We'll take your Drunk of the Week entries as I wrap up feedback. 888-401-BEER. It's now or never. I don't want to hear any bullshit about, you didn't take calls or whatever else. Pick up the phone and
Wake up, Bevo.
Dial the number 888-401-BEER. It's right now or never.
And it's a holiday. We should have some good calls tonight.
That's right.
Yeah.
You get Abe Lincoln a call.
All you
or something.
federal workers.
All right, let's see. What else do I have to do? Feedback is brought to you today by Adam and Eve. AdamandEve.com. That's right. Everybody's favorite store. Fellas, are you looking to spice things up in the bedroom? Been fantasizing about surprising your lover with an adventurous new toy or adult movie?
Yes.
Well, there's an offer. Did I see a broad walking out of your room today, Chad?
It's possible.
This morning?
It's possible.
You got new sneaky broads coming in?
Ghost.
It's just a ghost?
Ghost.
If hypothetically, how many different broads would I see walking out of that room right now? Not at one time, but you see what I'm getting at? How many different Chad ladies are there?
Wonder what the rotation is?
Hypothetically, what's the rotation?
You count them on one hand.
Well, that's good. Man,
he's not a total whore.
Tell you wouldn't think of it, but Chad, but he's got game or something. He doesn't even have to take them out to dinner. I mean, we were all out to dinner. I didn't see any of these broads at dinner, but I'll tell you what. Woke up this morning, they're walking out of the house. That's a man right there. No dinner, no romance, no movies.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's great. All right. Anyway, where was I? Here's an offer you can't resist. Go to AdamandEve.com and limited time you get 50% off just about any item, which is pretty rad. That's like half off, by the way, by my math. 50% off is pretty much half off. And that's not all. When you select one item at 50% off, you'll also receive 3 free adult DVDs. And look, you can never have enough adult DVDs, especially like Blu-ray adult DVDs. You haven't seen a vagina until you've seen a vagina in Blu-ray high def.
It glistens, I guess.
I've never seen that.
You know what I'm saying, Bevo? I mean, there's a vagina and then there's a HD vagina. It's like better than real life.
Can I go home?
Close. You're almost there.
Get the Blu-ray.
Plus an extra free gift. So sensual, I can't even mention it on the radio. Top it all off, we'll even throw in a free shipping on your entire order. So what is that? 50% off a thing, 3 DVD vaginas,
HD.
In HD, I guess. I don't know that they're Blu-ray. I'm just saying that if the option is Blu-ray, I would get Blu-ray. I would get an HD.
Optimized.
I would get that optimized for your pleasure. And, and then also a free gift. All of that, just type in coupon code BNARMY, BNARMY. BNARMY, one word. Have you used this yet, Bevo? Bevo, your pole just fell down.
What are you doing?
What's going on over there? You're breaking things. Just leave it down. Now we can see it. Now she can't hide from us as we're... have you used this AdamandEve.com yet, Bevo?
No.
Why not? It's 50% off any item.
I'm old.
3 free DVDs. What would you do if you walked in on Sam watching a porn DVD?
I'd say, sweet, I can go to sleep.
So it doesn't bother you. You don't care.
So here's the lotion, Sam. I'm going to bed.
We have the internet. I'm not stupid.
Wow.
All right. Yeah, good point. Okay, and anyway, type in coupon code BNARMY, get all your free stuff. 3 free DVDs, 50% off something, a free extra gift. BNARMY at checkout, and good stuff. And now, feedback. Should I do this phone call first? Is this the same Arizona Beer Week phone call that's on for Drunk of the Week?
He's from Colorado, not Arizona.
That's true.
Good effort.
You did write that. Sean from Colorado, calling in for Drunk of the Week. Sean's feeling good.
All right.
All right,
Wait,
Sean. What's your
Sean
beer?
sounds like nitrous user of the week.
Okay, sorry. Nope, sorry. I had everything muted and, watching the video, and I guess I'm like maybe 30 seconds behind on that because something just fell down and smacked Bevo in the face.
Oh, yeah.
That's true, and we all laughed the same, and Bevo's been retarded all night, let's face it. So. All right, Sean, what have you had to drink?
All right. I have had I actually started off the night with our new IPA recipe next to our old IPA recipe. So had one of each of those, and I got to say the new one kicks ass.
All right.
And then I had tonight is my first time calling in live.
Okay.
Listening live, chatting live, etc.
You know what?
So
it's my first
figured,
time paying attention live, so I'm right there with you.
Liar.
That's true.
Okay, it shows.
I didn't pay
Paying
attention.
attention.
Didn't pay attention at all. Carry on.
I started off with I had my last 2008 Schlafly Brewery barley wine.
Okay.
Had a bomber of that. Then went into a bomber of La Folie that I'd been holding on to, and then
nice work.
Bomber of Dry Docks Double IPA, which is freaking incredible. This is my first time drinking it. And then after that, I thought I would see how my own double IPA stacked up, so I cracked open a bottle of that, and it's shit compared to the Dry Dock.
All right. And can we get through a little quicker? What else?
Okay, sorry. Didn't realize I was being slow.
No, you're good. It's like, can you say your alphabet backwards? I can't even do that when I'm sober, officer.
I actually can do that sober, and I could probably do it right now. Do you want me to try?
Try it. Give it a go.
Exactly.
Take a deep breath.
ZYXWVUT SRQPONMLK.
Not drunk. Come on. Either he's a really nerdy English major who spent a lot of time with his alphabet, or not drunk.
Or a huge drunk who practices.
He also can stand on one leg, touch his nose, and
count fingers.
Yeah. That's a good point, Brad. You make an excellent point. All right, Sean, you are now in the running for Drunk of the Week.
No, I wasn't finished with my resume.
Go on. Do it.
Okay, then I had 2 pints of a homebrewed IPA, 1 pint of a homebrewed Doppelbock, and 1 pint of a homebrewed blonde ale, and now I'm done with my resume.
What time did you start all of this? That's a pretty good resume.
The beginning of the show.
Oh,
wow. That's not bad. I got to say, guys. Let's see. That's 2 regular beers to begin, 12 ounces to begin with, and then 1, 2, 3 bombers, and then another double IPA, and then a Doppelbock, and then a blonde. That's a lot of beer.
And there's no light beer there either.
Yeah, basically my strategy for this is I weigh 165 pounds, so I wanted to just shotgun it and not be hammered by the time I had to call in.
I actually don't think the alcohol is actually fully kicked in on him.
Right. Right about the time we go off air is when he's going to be
He's just going to
real
lose
drunk.
it. He's going to go, what the fuck happened?
All right, Sean, that is an impressive resume, and you are in the running, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Hey, can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, go for it.
This is my first day listening in live, and earlier today I went in and I put my money where my mouth is. I'm a private in the BN Army, and I love what you do.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that, and we appreciate the support.
All right, good night, later.
I think it's hitting him right now.
Yeah.
Like right at this moment.
He's an I love you drunk.
Yeah, he's like, wait, I'm not done. I just got to say, I love you guys. And you guys have been great.
It's pretty good with the alphabet, though. Must have wallpaper with the alphabet all over it.
Practice.
Yeah, you make a good point that he's just like, look, one day I'm going to get pulled over. Should I just take these directly, Beeb?
Yes.
Aaron is on the line. Aaron, what's happening?
Oh, holy shit.
How are you, brother?
It's caller ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Calling in for drunk of the
weird.
week?
Yeah, drunk of the week.
All right.
All right, take the headphones here.
Give us your resume.
All right, let me go to the fucking beer cooler. All right, we got Sierra Nevada Glissade. And we've got Fuller's Blend and Pride. We've got Lagunitas IPA. We've got 2 Lagunitas Eyeballs. Grand Teton Black Cauldron. And, fuck. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's a good 6-pack so far.
Yeah, and I got a Port Brewing Hot 15 sitting in the cooler right now. That's a bomber.
That'll get you going.
Do it.
Chug it. Yeah.
Do it.
All right, Aaron, you're in the running, my brother.
Thanks, but...
What was that? What was the end?
It sounded like
Just
you
sign
told
off.
you a butt.
You know, I just had that Black Cauldron from Grand Teton. It's a nice beer.
Is it?
Yeah.
I haven't had
Is
it.
anybody trying to Skype right now?
Not that I can see.
Oh.
It's possible. Andy and Kim Wood?
Yes.
Song and dance?
Yes.
Are they calling for drunk of the week?
I haven't.
Not
I
Kim.
have no idea.
She sounded completely sober then. She worked today.
Yeah, Kim's on.
Brewing.
You know how you can tell when Kim's sober? She's a bitch. That's how you can tell. Oh, hey, Andy and Kim Wood.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Andy.
Can you hear me?
I got you. You're loud and clear. We should have had Andy co-host live from Woodland or wherever the hell he lives all show.
Damn it.
Hold
on.
Can you not hear me? Andy.
I can't hear shit.
You sound great.
Slowly.
Why don't you call into the regular phone?
Oh, hold on. I think it's going to happen. Oh, I hear you now.
He's got his old face on.
It's about to happen.
Hold on. Here it comes. Here we are.
See, you sounds great. You totally could have co-hosted the whole time, Andy. I should have called you up.
You should have called me up. What the fuck?
I don't know.
I had so many witty things to say and funny characters to do. Like George Lopez!
Your best one.
That's my best one! It's the one that sounds the most like the person that I am doing!
Bevo is not laughing at you. Well, she's laughing at you, but she's not laughing.
She is not laughing because she is not like J-Lo! Sorry, I'll stop.
Are you calling in for Drunk of the Week, or...?
Hell yeah, I'm calling in for Drunk of the Week. I have the day off tomorrow, so I'm getting drunk!
Oh, that's right. It's President's Day for the Woods.
President's Day.
I
That's
forgot
right.
about that, or I would have taken this Sunday off to come hang out with you guys.
Well, you have an open invitation. Open like my anus.
Thank you, Andy.
Get it?
Oh, you know Andy's drunk when it starts reverting back to his butt.
Immediately.
Remember Sourfest?
When he goes directly to the butt. Yeah.
Sure. Could I put what you just said in my butt?
All right, Andy, give us your resume.
All right, I had a mirror pond.
Great.
And
What'd you do when the pond was dry?
A big one.
All right.
An 18-gallon mirror pond. What? Just kidding.
All right.
I had that. I had a Sierra Nevada Bigfoot, which I enjoyed a great deal.
What year?
It was a 2010, which I found to be delicious.
Okay.
Although not as good as the Sierra Nevada 30th anniversary blended Bigfoot celebration pale ale mess that they have.
How did you store the 2010? Has it been in a fridge the whole time or on a shelf?
I like to store them upside down in my closet.
Okay. Really?
Balanced precariously on their cap.
Okay.
No, not really. Are you kidding?
It was in a fridge.
What?
It was in a refrigerator.
Sure. Refrigerator in the garage.
Or in the forest.
Yeah, it was out in a hollowed out tree on the wood property is where it was.
In the middle of nowhere.
That hollowed out tree is for other things. Okay. Anyway, so can I keep going?
Yeah, please.
I've had some of my wife is a brewer, and you may know her as Kim Wood.
Yeah.
And she brewed a Can You Brew It Meantime Porter.
Oh, right.
I've had 8 of those.
Really?
Sure. And she made one was heavier and one was lighter. And I've had 8 of the heavier ones.
What was I forget what the alcohol content was on that beer.
It's 14%.
Andy's actually floating right now in his own vomit. All right, what else?
I had a Bloody Mary.
Really? Wow. What time did you have that?
Right around 4 o'clock when we were brewing today. So, but it was actually the secret to my Bloody Marys. I know your Bloody Marys are pretty good, but the secret to ours, human blood.
Are you a pre-mix? Like, do you buy the mix or do you make your own mix?
I don't know, man. My bitch makes them for me, so I don't know what she does.
Not a girl. All right, what else?
That's it for now. But I also have a song that I like to sing that I've been drinking.
Okay, that you've been drinking.
Sure.
All right.
How's my my audio quality?
You know what? I think it's never been better.
Oh, that's great. Check. 1, 2, check. Sibilance. Lesbian. How's that?
Good. Sounds great.
Okay, great. Yeah, just a quick song. I've been writing this one for a while. This is a Andy Wood exclusive. And, it's for the chat room, really.
Okay. Should we be silent?
Yeah, absolute radio silence. What the fuck?
Sorry, just checking.
The protocol? Hello? Did you get my note?
My fault.
That's okay. No. I'm really not mad. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Oh, you guys, I'm sorry. That was rude. Okay, here we go. This song is a song I like to call Grown So Ugly. And it's not really mine. I got up this morning, boom, do 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 da ba boom, do bam bam. Put on my shoes, boom, do 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 da ba boom, boom, bam bam. Tied my shoes, boom, do 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 ba boom, boom. Went to the mirror, boom, do 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 bam. But I combed my hair, do 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 ba do ba do do do. I made a move, boom, do 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 da ba boom. I know what to do, do 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 ba do do boom, do 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 boom, 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 boom.
What the fuck is going on here?
Shut up. Baby, this ain't me. Baby, this ain't me. Grown so ugly. Grown so ugly. Don't even know myself. Don't even know myself.
Are we done with Andy now?
Hold on. It's not even halfway through. I
think Andy's fucking with you. He's just trying to figure out how long I'll wait for him and his stupid punchline.
Walking down the street, knocking for my baby.
All right, Andy.
My baby come out. Okay, that's all. Anyway, thank you. I'm just trying to follow up on 2010. I think it's probably not happening. So
well, it's a long year ahead of you. I wouldn't worry about it.
All right, well, fuck February, and have a great night. And, I got to say, bottling, awesome.
Okay. Happy Black History Month, and I'm glad you have Monday off. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. I'm going to go cry in my bathroom.
Later, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
Andy Wood. You know what Andy Wood's song reminded me of is my new favorite song. Have you guys heard of this, Weasel? I hope that you have. And if you haven't, I'm actually really excited to introduce you. Have you heard of Steel Panther?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I can't say I know any songs.
They played a lot of that at Drake's all the time.
Oh, they do?
Oh, yeah.
Steel Panther is the best thing to happen to me in a long time. I mean, I've got this TV show gig. I have the best job in the world. But Steel Panther is the best thing that has happened to me in the last 10 years.
Can you just
It's great.
see how annoyed I am right now?
Oh, you'll love it.
So
no, I've heard it.
I
Sam introduced him.
I am a child of metal, all right? And by metal, I'm talking Whitesnake, you know. And,
You are an
80s
idiot.
hair metal.
I'm talking glam. I should say glam,
Yes.
shouldn't I? And I mean, I can remember the first time my dad and my brother were in Connecticut, and I grew up with my mom, being raised as a big pussy in California.
Yeah, I didn't know you were a douchebag.
So I would go back to Connecticut. I'd go back every year to visit my dad and my brother, and they'd man me up a little bit, like for a month out of the year, every year. And when I was about, 9 or 10, I went out there. My older brother had started listening to the metal. And I came home at like 9 or 10 years old with like nothing but Whitesnake and Motley Crue and all. Anyhow, so you get the idea. Steel Panther is the best thing that's happened to me since Whitesnake.
I would give you the stars in the sky, but they're too far away. If you are a hooker, you know I'd be happy to pay. If suddenly you were a guy, I'd be suddenly gay. 'Cause my heart belongs to you.
You can hear that glam, can't you?
My love is pure and true. My heart belongs to you. But my cock is community property. You're the only girl that I like to screw when I'm not on the road.
That's the best.
When I come home, my dinner's made and the front lawn is mowed. I'll kiss your mouth even after you swallow my love. 'Cause my heart belongs.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, that was Antioch growing up.
That's good shit.
That was Antioch growing up. Now it's a little more gangster rap for Loco and you'll be shot. But,
Right.
you know.
Back in the day.
That
It's
was
good
Antioch
because
growing up.
they're really good at metal and they're funny. Like their metal, all of it it's like solid metal.
Property. I wanna make it clear so you retain it. Mom takes a free spirit and you can't restrain it. No, you just can't chain it down.
Even the solo.
I love you so much it hurts from my head to my feet. I think of you and I can't help but fondle my meat.
You're liking this, aren't you, Tasty? I
love it a lot.
Yeah, Tasty's downloading it in his mind right now. I can see it.
I'm gonna have this tomorrow.
Yeah, they got the strings in the background.
Oh, yeah, this is the big part here.
I mean, that's some real metal, right?
I just want to know, are like in the true tradition of Poison and Whitesnake, like only ballads?
No. I'll play you Stripper Girl.
Oh, that's a good one.
I met you down at the 7th veil.
Actually, it's a little ballady, but then it starts to rock.
That I got out of jail. Your lips were red and your skin was pale. You were the one that I wanted to nail. Yeah. I
Maybe it is just a
about
ballad.
a table dance.
Asian hooker.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's a great one.
I
I disagree that it's a good one, but I think it's a little more metal than some.
Oh, it's
this
great.
Is all awful.
This one I just like for the chorus because, again, it's just fucking metal. Glam metal.
Be my phone bill, be my rent. Stripper girl, I love you. All my friends really love you too. I really love your boobies. I wanna love you till the end.
It's good stuff. Come on.
If you can throw boobies into a song, man, you have talent.
Can we talk about my area?
I really love your boobies. What are you doing over there? Settle down. She's got hit in the head with the banner.
Oh, she's taking shit on that shit then.
She loves Steel Panther.
You play a little stripper girl, and she goes nuts.
She's trying to get to the pole.
All right, you want Asian hooker?
I want to go home.
How racist is that, by the way? That's it, Bevo. Bend over. Oh, I mean, get that sign back up.
I'm looking for I tried to score some blood, but I don't speak a Japanese.
Yeah. It's all good rock and roll, man. Look up Steel Panther.
Those are the best. I mean, at Drake's, they would blare this stuff.
Yeah.
Really?
And like a couple like San Leandro cops came in to pick up a keg, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm here to pick up a keg. What's going on here?"
Right.
Like, this is just blaring.
Here, this song they actually wrote for Chad. I don't know if you know, Chad's kind of a big deal. But they wrote this song. It's called "Turn Out the Lights." See, it all kind of sounds like an old, like this one is totally like Scorpions.
So you're big and kinda hairy, like a monkey at the zoo. I don't care if you're a monkey with an ass that's red and blue. 'Cause I'm gonna fuck you doggy style the way you always do. But I got one request that I just have to ask of you. Turn out the lights before you suck my dick. Someone beat you with an ugly stick. I wanna fuck, but you make me sick. So turn out the lights, turn out the lights.
I'm pretty sure the lights in Chad's room don't even work.
Yeah, they're
like he
all-
doesn't even have bulbs in the socket.
Never come on. Even during the day.
Nothing here to see. Just keep moving on.
That's my gift to you, listeners at home. Steel Panther. You
That's
go-
awesome.
if
You finally heard that.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's really old. I'm so like behind the time. I think this album we're sampling right now is literally from like 06 or 07 or something.
Hilarious.
But I think someone played it for me a while ago, and you know I often don't pay attention to people when they talk to me, so I just wasn't really paying attention. And Sam played it for me just the other night. We were on a long ride home from San Jose or something, and started playing this stuff, and yeah, it's pretty much been in my head ever since. Community property.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And I especially love it because it like pulls on my heartstrings. You know what I mean?
Oh, metal.
With the glam. I mean, it's just like, wow, that is Whitesnake, but funny. You know, I took my Whitesnake very seriously back then. But now I get it. Now, you know, it's kind of funny. So I think Sam tells me that some of those guys in the band, they're like real old metalhead, like guys that were in some real bands, you know, some Whitesnake, some Poison, like some real metal musicians.
Brian's a big fan. He said that too. Yeah.
So apparently,
serious musician.
Another friend of mine told me, you know, the band has two names. Yeah, exactly. The band. A friend of mine told me that they have two band names. They used to put on a show down in L.A. like once a week or once a month called Metal School. So the band was originally called Metal School, and you can go and hear them do awesome metal covers. Like, I don't know if you
Actually, I've heard of them, yeah.
Same band, same guys.
Okay.
And so that was all doing metal covers. And then when they decided to write their own funny shit, they became Steel Panther. But here, for example, is one of their... This one isn't really metal, but it's one of their covers. that you used to go to metal school and you could catch them doing this kind of shit. And their guitar player is like real pretty. They stop apparently throughout every song and talk about how pretty their guitar guy is, like true glam fashion.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world.
Yeah, he can sing.
She took the midnight.
I mean, he's no David Coverdale. Bevo, what the? The sign just fell on your head again.
The other side.
The other side.
Just a city boy.
There's some sort of weird thing going on in there tonight.
He took the midnight.
All right. What else did I have to do tonight?
Feedback.
Can you take the call that's been on hold for like 6 hours?
Yes. Who is it?
I don't know.
Is it Beer Punk?
She remembered if you were. You got it sooner.
Did Beer Punk call in and give us a legitimate roving report, and now he's calling in for Drunk of the Week?
Yes.
Beer Punk, what's happening?
Well, besides sitting here listening to your drunken ramblings, just been having some beers and trying to enjoy my Sunday evening / afternoon / morning.
He sounds real sober to me. I mean, if you can call and make fun of me that clearly, you're pretty sober. What's your resume?
Well, let me pull out my piece of paper here that I decided to write down because during your songs I forgot what I drank, so I wrote it down.
All right.
I had a Rochefort 8 with my breakfast this morning.
Oh, yeah. That's some good shit right there.
Oh, bring it on. Bring it on.
Fuck the Google dolls, they can suck my balls. They look like the dogs that hang out at the mall. Eminem can suck it, so can Dr. Dre. They can suck each other all just because they can. They can suck a dick, they can lick a sack. Everybody shout, heavy metal's back. Down to all but metal.
See, that's like real metal. That's not even glam. That was metal.
Is that the double bass?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Schumann and Shu Light, his brother, they now have a policy when they're auditioning band members. Well, Shu Light's the drummer now, but the guys that are in quality bands now, whenever you're auditioning drummers, if they show up with a double bass pedal, the way that you can hit you don't even audition. You just say thanks for coming. You don't ever audition somebody who brings a double bass pedal anymore, because that's what you get. Like, it all sounds like that, and there's just no place for it in modern music anymore. No. So,
but it ruled then.
It did rule then. I mean, if you could play the double bass back then, you are my own. All right, Beer Punk, Rochefort 8. What else?
You can play a triple bass.
If you triple, not even so, you hit the third one with your dick or something, then that's still acceptable today, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Groupies would love that.
Okay, 'cause that's what I'm working with. I don't hit it with my dick. I hit it with my balls.
I see. Me and Sam both could play in that band. All right, what else besides Rochefort 8?
Okay, so started out the morning at 9 o'clock with the Rochefort 8 and the Widmer 11 specialty.
At 9 a.m.
Which was a Russian Imperial Stout at 9.8%.
Okay.
And then I had a taster glass, 4 ounces of the 2010 Abyss, because I have the 2008 and 2009, so I wanted to try the 2010 before I purchased.
All right.
So I had some of that, then I bought a couple of bombers of that to stick in my cellar. And then I had a 2008 Stumptown from Bridgeport Brewing out of Portland. I had a bomber of that.
All right.
And then I kind of sobered up because I had to do some driving to the Santan Brewery tour.
How?
And then once I arrived there...
Okay.
Once I arrived there, I had their double red, which was called Night of the Living Red. It's a Imperial Red style ale with seemed like some very citrusy hops, but was very tasty at about 8.3%. And then I had their IPA and a Hefeweizen from there. And then I also had I had a glass of their Skunky Monk, which is a pilot brew they made out of their,
Get out the Baba Roach, break
right, Beer Punk, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week. Thank you for the phone call, and we'll put you in the running.
Since I'm JP today, God, do we have to have a story on every fucking beer?
That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to, I had a talk with our crew about how we have to be nicer to our listeners this year, but Jesus.
I'm a listener, and I'm saying it.
And Beer Punk is a nice man, I'm sure.
Just for the record, I was exempt from that rule.
That's true. Bevo is allowed to. You're going to have to speak up, Bevo, since you're the only one who's exempt. I'm not even going to get through feedback. If I were to do feedback, it would have been brought to you today by Beersmith. Go to beersmith.com and check out their software. You can get a free 21-day trial. But I'm not going to read feedback. I'm going to save it all for next week or something. It's getting late. And
there's a girl for Drunk of the Week.
We'll take
Her
it.
name is Sarah, and she's calling from West Virginia.
Sarah from West Virginia, what's happening?
Hi, how are you?
Sarah sounds cute already. Are you a fan of Steel Panther, Sarah?
Actually, yes, it was hilarious.
Okay, very nice. And what have you had to drink?
A lot. Okay. I had a bottle of, I don't even know how to say it, some kind of Tuscany wine earlier with dinner, and then another half of another wine, and then a Norval, and then Harpoon, a barley wine, and then right now I'm having Dog Piss Head, the barley wine.
I love Dog Piss Head.
Which is awesome.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Sounded like it.
All right. Okay. Well, that all sounds good. And
that's it. So I'm working on it. But I've had like a whole bottle and a half of wine before this. I actually had alcohol,
That'll mess you up right there. A bottle and a half of wine. Bevo's agreeing right now. That'll do it.
I mean, that's hardcore shit there.
And I'm not asking this, for any other reason than to just, figure out how much alcohol is going to affect you. What do you weigh? What's your size? What are we at here?
Ooh, I'm like size 4, 36C. So.
We don't know how you was put
Didn't
together.
ask that.
We'd like to know how it's put together. That's great. But
I mean, I'll write it down, but I just was getting it. But all right, so you're.
She's little.
She's little.
Size 4 is small.
Is 36? Is 36C big on a size 4 beef?
I really don't think that you need to ask me. I think you know the answer to that question.
What size are you, for example, Bevo?
They're
Give me
perky. They are up there.
They're up there. Bevo, give me something. Give me a frame of reference.
I am a 34B.
34B. Oh, so
I'm sorry,
30.
No, I'm a 34C.
You're 34C. Oh, okay. Oh, so she's got some big boobies.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're plump. They're there.
All right.
Curvaceous.
And are you at home listening with your boyfriend or something? Your husband?
Yeah, sadly. My husband.
What does that mean? Oh, goddamn phone system!
her husband cut her off.
Comcast. Who are you talking to?
Her husband's like, sad what?
Too many questions.
She just got punched in the head.
Yes.
He dropped the phone. All right, Sarah, you can call back.
Yes.
All right, so far we have Sean from Colorado.
Get your pictures together.
He has the longest resume. He drank a crap load of beer. He was to a couple of IPAs and...
Man, he could be hammered at this point.
3 bombers, a couple of home IPAs.
Yeah, it's catching up to him.
Beef, catch that phone, will you? Doppelbock. Then we had Aaron, who had some Glissade and some Fullers and some IPA and a couple of hairy eyeballs, which, by the way, a couple of hairy eyeballs will do you in, won't
That's
they?
serious stuff.
Jesus.
That's Lagunitas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do it for you. And then a Grand Teton. I know. So he has a nice resume. Then we had Andy Wood. Who, I don't know. He had an okay resume.
But he talked about his ass a lot.
But he does that anytime. I mean,
good point.
Yeah.
So maybe not that drunk then?
He gets more verbose about it when he's drinking, but other than that, pretty much anytime.
So Mr. Glop on the phone?
How is his audio quality?
It's good.
Because this is 2011. All right?
How's your audio quality?
Mine's fine.
You don't get to judge him.
All right. Blobber, gleeby, glooby, globby, glooby, gop.
Yes, I'm sorry. I do not have 36C boobs.
What size boobs do you have?
Very small boobs. I have not even man boobs. I'm pretty much chestless.
You've got that. You've got that skinny miner look down pat.
Yeah, kind of like a teenager, like, ew.
Yes, I'd agree.
Yeah, I think ew is a good description at this point. All right. Are you calling in for Drunk of the Week?
Yes, I would. No, not really. No. I'm supposed to be up in like 5 hours, so I shouldn't be drinking.
Okay, but you are.
Yeah.
I sometimes I will stalk Blobber on Facebook just to find out how late he's up drinking, because I kind of know his work schedule just from getting to know him a little bit, and I'll tell you, my job is real simple compared to Blobber Glops, and that man is up drinking way later than he should be on a regular basis.
Yes, very bad for my brain and such.
Right.
Songs are very nice tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you a Steel Panther fan?
I am now.
Would you like to sing us a song?
Yes, but it will be in a very different direction, unfortunately.
That's okay.
I don't know. Do we need backup music for this? Because it's kind of like, it's Total Eclipse of the Heart, by the way.
That's the song?
Yes, it was either that or I'm Your Lady by Celine Dion. So you got a choice.
Both are fabulous choices, Blobber. I don't know how to pick.
And you do them both well, I'm sure.
But he has the body of Celine Dion.
Now...
No.
Yeah, pretty much. I've got an ugly face and a flatless chest.
Do you want the Glee version of Total Eclipse of the Heart or the Bonnie Tyler version?
I like the Norwegian cover, but the Bonnie Tyler is good too.
Okay. All right, let's do that.
Okay. Is this going to be the outro, or is it going to be just the song?
No, this is just going to be part of the show.
Oh, okay, cool.
You want me to restart it for you?
No, that's fine. I'll just do it with Bonnie.
There you go.
Turn around. Oops.
Turn around. Every now
and then I get a little bit lonely, and I'm never gonna get something around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to the sound of something. Every now and then I get a little bit nervous that the best of all the years have gone by. Something around. Every now and then we'll get a little terrified. Look in your eyes. I'm getting good now. We're getting to the best part.
Yeah.
Every time and then I fall apart. Every now and then I fall apart. And I need your lips. And I need you more than ever.
Bevo's doing it better.
Tight. I know. Let her sing too. I'll be making it right. 'Cause we'll never be wrong together. Take it to the end of the line. Your love is like a shadow for something and something. And oh, you're right. This is too late for me. I should be sleeping.
Would you like me to put you in the running for Drunk of the Week?
I guess so.
All right, I'm going to do it, Blobber. Good work, my friend. Thank you for the call.
You're very welcome, and, yep.
All right. You guys want to hear the shocker?
Oh, my God. I want to go home.
Are you ready, baby?
Tasty hasn't liked my funny music in years. I'm really happy that he's liking this.
I love it.
Hey, Drunk Girl's back on the line.
Perfect.
Extra, extra, read all about it. I want to show you guys something new. Now, if you're having trouble just getting a boner, there's something cool that will work for you. It's way better than a dirty Sanchez. Some will say that it's a bit extreme. Close your eyes and spread your legs now. What I'm about to do will make you scream.
Sarah, have you ever had the shocker?
Me?
Yeah. What?
Oh, whoops. What? Sorry.
Did I say yes? I meant no. No way.
Wait, I just realized this. Yeah.
I like that sometimes people just give us their first reaction and then they're like, shit, that just went out on the internet.
That's how you know they're truly drunk.
Yeah. Points for answering honestly, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Okay, awesome. By the way, can I tell you, in your chat room, they're saying that I'm lying and I don't have 36C, and I totally do. I will prove it, however I can.
How can you... they're going to ask me
But it's not fair. They're not believing me.
It isn't fair. I agree with you. That's not fair, chat room. She should show them or something.
No. Yeah, we're fucking hot, I think.
Well, Sarah, I believe...
Okay,
Look,
yeah, I believe you. They just want to see your
Thank
boobies.
Thank you.
They believe you too.
Bevo, I love you.
Let me just mute Bevo real quick. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
That's all bad advice.
Sarah, listen, I'm on your side. I believe you too, but I have a responsibility to my listeners to, if they question things, what am I going to do?
Prove it.
That's right. You're going to have to prove it.
Exactly.
Her husband's back there going, fuck Justin and this show. I hate this show. I'm canceling my donation.
He's saying you need to prove it.
Oh.
He's like, I'm a private. You can prove it.
Getting the camera.
He agrees. All right. Well, get out the camera, Sarah. Either way, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Awesome. Thank you.
I can't turn this show into some kind of porn show, can I, Bevo? That would be inappropriate, wouldn't it, Bevo?
No, it's about serious brewing.
That's right. Well, what if we kept it even and we had Blobber Glop, send in pictures to prove his cup size, and Sarah send in pictures to prove her cup size? That would be acceptable,
Perfect.
wouldn't it?
Seems fair.
Exactly.
It's a side by side. I think it's scientific, is what it is then.
Yeah, exactly. You need to get out your little ruler and, do the calculations.
Right. I'm totally... If you post pictures, I guarantee you I'm getting out my ruler.
I'm getting the ruler out for sure.
And I'm going to do all the calculations I have to make sure we get this right.
Oh, my.
Great.
Yeah, Justin wouldn't even do math for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even cry during that math, All right, Sarah, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Thank you.
Pleasure to talk to you, literally.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I like Sarah.
She's quite bubbly.
Yeah, she's got a good attitude.
Yeah.
Sounds like her husband has a good attitude, too.
Yeah, I like him.
Any guy who doesn't go, stop being a dick when you start doing that,
He might be Drunk of the Week.
Yeah. Good attitude. Well, they know we mean no harm. I think that's enough, Bevo. We have 6 contestants for Drunk of the Week. Not including Moscow, who unfortunately sobered up. I got to stop yelling at that kid so he...
Should call him back. See how he's doing now.
See how that
he's
landed.
off the air.
Right. It's a good idea. All right, guys. Everybody pay attention because you're going to have to vote. We had Beer Punk first. He had like No, Sean first. Let me get it in order so you guys can remember. A couple of IPAs. There was a big story behind the 2 IPAs. 3 bombers. One was a barley wine. One was a La Folie, and one was one was a double IPA. So that was 3 bombers. Then he had a homebrewed double IPA. Then he had a Doppelbock, and he was rounding it out with the Blonde Ale, I think was the end. Then we had Aaron call in, who had a Glacade, a Fuller's, an IPA, a couple of Hairy Eyeballs, and a Grand Teton something or other. That was a barley wine, too, wasn't
Black
it?
Cauldron. It's a Imperial Stout, I believe.
Okay. Then we had Andy Wood call in. He had a Bloody Mary, a Bigfoot, 8 of Kim Wood's
14%.
14% Meantime Porters, which I think he was stretching the truth a little.
But he's sniffing some glue or something.
Then we had Beer Punk, who probably had more to say. We just got real bored. But he had a Rochefort 8 and a Widmer 11% something or other, and an Abyss and a Stumptown 22-ounce something or other, and a Double Red. And then we cut him off for obvious reasons. Then we had Sarah, who was a 36C. And then we had Blobberglop, who called in, who didn't give us his resume, but did sing Total Eclipse of the Heart, and clearly had a few beverages tonight. Did I mention that Sarah is, how much did she say? Did she weigh? She didn't really say.
Size 4.
A very small size 4, 36C. Did I mention that?
No, can you mention it one more time?
36C on a size 4 frame.
Thank you.
Plus, if you go by her voice, she also, it sounds small. You know what I mean? Like, and that's a real thing. I know it doesn't sound very scientific, but the cavity in your chest area and the size of you has a lot to do with your voice. It's why I sound so manly,
Yeah, that's it.
So those are the people you have to vote on. Bevo, of course, gets 2 votes, as always, 1 for each boob. And one for each personality, actually, is I think more what it is. Wow. 1 for the nice side and let's face it, the other side. Are we ready to vote?
Man.
Sure.
All right. Sean, raise your hand.
Yeah. That was good.
I want to vote. I wish I had 2 votes, because I would vote for Sean with one of my votes. And if I'm being real, he certainly drank the most, didn't he?
And all during the show, too.
Yeah, I'm sure he's
during the show.
Shit-faced right now.
Now 36, Sarah had a bottle and a half of wine. Don't forget that.
And she sounds drunk.
I'm
she's
making
talking
fun
through her nose. No offense, Sarah. You're adorable. But...
Right.
She's all nasally
no
and
offense.
drunk voice,
Right. Okay, anyway, how many was that? Raise your hands again if it's for Sean. Okay. All right. Raise your hand if it's Aaron. All right. By the way, if you watch all this on justin.tv/Brewing Network, you can see the voting happen. Raise your hand if it's Andy Wood. All right. Raise your hand if it's Beer Punk, who's been drinking all day at Arizona Beer Week.
And driving.
and driving.
He took a pause.
He paused.
He paused.
He wasn't drinking and driving. He stopped drinking while he was driving.
All right, raise your hand if it is if it's Sweet Chest Sarah. That's both votes coming from Vivo. Okay,
Ooh.
all right, okay. And raise your hand if it's Blobber Gleeby 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 Globby Glooby 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 Gleeby Gloppy Glop. The listeners hate us for this, but Sarah just won Drunk at the Road.
All right,
I mean, let's face it. You got a set of those, and Bevo exercised both of her votes for one person, which is very rare, actually. Usually they get spread out.
I just know how I sound when I'm drunk. Yeah. It's a lot like that.
So Sarah wins with 4 votes. Sean, our first caller in, was really close with 3. On another week, he really might have...
Yeah, I really want him to call back in. I do.
Because right now, I think you got, and Brad brought that up too, it's really just hitting him, right?
Yeah.
Actually, he was calling just a second ago. Sean, keep calling. I'll answer Sean's call.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, I think that was Sean. I'll answer his call. I think he was calling a minute ago. If he calls back again while we're still on the air.
I got to tell you, Justin, after you played that Steel Panther, Erica has decided she's already got her shirt picked out. They come in concert, she's going.
Oh, yeah! See? I'm going too. I will go.
All right.
We should all go. I thought about that. I got to look up their tour, and I thought, do I really still even fit in with that crowd?
She sent me a shirt. She's got it picked out and everything. She loves it.
Oh, I think you totally fit in with that crowd.
Really? I shouldn't even have asked myself?
Yeah.
I just thought,
Just stop talking.
You're right. All right. Hey, Sean, is this our first Drunk of the Week contestant, Sean?
Yeah, this is me. I actually don't remember that first call.
Yeah, he's like, what do you mean first call? I'm giving you my resume right now. Sean,
what's up?
You were a very close second place, man. Let me tell you, if you were a 36C, I think you could have gotten it.
Actually, it's funny you should bring that up.
All right.
No, I am not.
If you are a 36C, that's wrong.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like a big fat load. So, yeah, look, I do feel bad. If I had 2 votes like Bevo, it would actually be a tie. But I just don't. And so you lost by 1 vote.
Hey, what are you going to do? The reason I called back in is that I wanted to break the tie. I have a pint glass
sitting here that is full of my Belgian quadruple 11.2%, and I was going to chug it on the air.
I don't.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, just do it.
Chad.
Just do it. He's on a roll today. Come on.
It sounds like such a nice beer, though. At 11%.
Yeah, it's a holiday. Yeah, go for it.
Do you have to
homebrew? He's got 5 more gallons.
You guys got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
All right, Sean. You're the man. Do it.
All right. Here we go.
Maybe a little Steel Panther while he's doing it.
You got it.
It could take a while.
Tomorrow morning's going to take a while.
Okay. There we go.
That's quick.
That was it? Dude, you're going to hate yourself for that tomorrow morning.
You know, that's one option. The other one is I'm going to love myself.
And right
I
now,
want to change my vote.
I love you and me.
Glass is half full.
I'm pretty sure he's going to love himself later.
Yeah, you're going to love yourself in about 20 minutes.
No, he's not. That's not going to happen.
No, I'm not going to be moving any muscles in about 20 minutes.
Bevo is seriously considering changing one of her votes after that.
Great.
That was pretty good.
Well, hey, you guys broadcasting live next week?
Yes, we are. From Downtown Joe's.
I will call in.
All right, Sean. Thanks, man.
Have a good night.
You too. Later. Have a good morning, sir. Okay.
Where was 36C from? Can we just call her that now?
Virginia.
Oh.
West Virginia.
Oh.
So that means her husband was probably her brother.
Oh, come on. It might be true.
He was pretty relaxed, wasn't he?
He was good with it.
Beer Punk wants to call back in and sing us a song.
Oh, Boobs is on the phone again.
36C, what's happening?
Oh, I'm so excited. You can't believe it. My tits are like jumping up and down right now.
Boinga, 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 yes.
Congratulations. You are our official Drunk of the Week.
I'm so excited. You don't
Almost
understand.
here.
This is like lifetime achievement. It's going on my resume. I'm really, really excited. My husband's excited too.
I feel like
you.
I feel like she's being a little sarcastic. I feel like she's not,
No,
she's not
dude,
taking her
you
crown
don't
seriously.
understand. You don't understand. I've tried on Sundays for so many times, and I haven't reached this point. And this time I was like, I'm going for it. I got to check the wine first. Yeah, so awesome.
Well, I think
Thank you.
I think you've made your husband proud, and you've really done a good job. I mean, it was a well-earned victory.
No, thank you. I love you guys. I listen every Sunday, and I finally reached this point, and I'm so happy.
Sarah's about to cry right now.
We're happy for you as well.
Maybe.
Now put that swimming suit on. Get a
I'll send
picture.
you a picture later.
Thank you. It's Justin at thebrewingnetwork.com. And
I know.
and I'm
I
just
have it memorized.
all right. And I'm just trying to look out for my audience. That's all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right. I will be sitting in front of my computer all night. Apparently,
Just waiting.
Just waiting. I'm just going to be waiting right here, listening to Stripper Girl. We done? Beef? You're the producer tonight.
If I'm the producer, we would have been done a while ago. Beer Punk wanted to call back in. Were you going to do that?
No, we have
okay,
enough
then
songs.
yes, we're done. Bye. Love you guys.
All right. Join us next week out at Downtown Joe's. Thank you very much to Brad for coming in and helping us out today.
Glad to be here.
I appreciate it. Come back anytime. You're always welcome.
Oh, wait, just for JP, go Sharks.
Okay, there you go. You really are filling in for JP.
Yeah.
All right, come out to Downtown Joe's next week. It's Tattoo Week. Plus, we'll have some great topics with Colin like we always do. You can taste Tasty's new Pale Ale out there. And, yeah, we'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Out.
I really love you, boobies. I wanna love you till the end of time. I wanna love you in a 69. I wanna love you where the sun don't shine. Hey, where'd you put that Coke? Cool. Take my cock into your back door. I wanna fuck you, you fucking whore. I wanna jam it in and out at a real fast pace till I squirt hot juicy all over your dance. I didn't mean to fuck your friend. Give me one more chance. Straight